This was twice this big when I was eating it.
We are live.
Tell me that was live so we could clip it. Tell me.
100%. That was the first thing said on this stream.
Yes.
Clip it and ship it.
Mash, thank you so much for the raid. Homie, thank you so much.
Always,
please.
always, seriously. Like,
You are the biggest of champions.
Match has like a pre-show to our
hell
show.
Yeah.
no,
Pretty much.
no, Mash needs to star in the Thirsty Lion spinoff. It can be Mash.
Hey, Natalie, you're in the chat.
Hello.
Hello. Okay, so emphasis is 2, so that brings me down to
Will's in the
5.
chat.
And you can only have a number of emphases in any given skill as you have ranks in that skill.
Yeah.
Not only did you confuse me, I'm just going to say yes because I don't want to press it.
Yep. There you go.
Yeah, you're all good.
What am I looking for? That's what I'm looking for.
Okay, Andy, my sincerity is at 1. I have 5 points left. How high can I get that?
3.
3?
Mhm.
Rate 3 is at all my points?
That'll be all your points.
We 100% do. Like, fucking, I will fucking do it.
Hell
I
yeah.
will fucking do it.
Chuck, do it.
Talking bushy
Yeah.
after show.
I'm down.
We
I
raid
might
into
as well.
Chuck for the after show each week.
Yeah, I might as well. I sit up
I'm
until like
You're
2
up
or
at
3 in the morning anyway, so
2 or 3 in the morning, 4 or 5 in the morning, Andy. Let's be real. Let's
Hell
be
yeah.
real.
I'm down. We need to make that an incorporated thing, dude. Hell yeah. We'll raid
Yeah.
into you each week for that shit, bro. Hell yeah. So, Kieran's not going to be joining us. Unfortunately, the boy got his booty kicked by the booster shot, as it is wont to do. So, we completely understand. We've all been there, I think.
not me. I've not had the booster.
No,
yet.
not me.
I haven't had the booster yet. I just had the original thing, and then I just got it. So, I'm like, well,
The
I probably
Same.
need to go.
Oh no, I had the booster and everything. I just don't get sick from it.
second dose that kicked my ass.
Yeah. So we
So,
are
yeah.
understanding to the homie. We all send good vibes his way. Kieran, wherever you are,
Mhm.
dude. Hope you get to feeling better, bro. Probably in bed.
Yeah, maybe in bed. You might even be sitting watching the stream in bed, but
Aw.
yeah. Hopefully he's alright. He's a big boy. He'll get over it.
All right. Well, I'm gonna go ahead and turn things on over to Andy.
Yeah. Episode session 13 of Heart of an Empire. We're into our 3rd season scenario of the campaign. The magistrates now, because there's a Jade magistrate in amongst the group, have been sent to the city of the Rich Frog, which sits on the borders between the Lion, Unicorn, and Dragon clans. It is an imperial city. It was stripped from the hands of any of the great clans by a previous emperor because it was causing too much conflict. And is supposed to be a neutral zone between those 3 great clans. We were initially sent here as your first stop into the Unicorn provinces to investigate a series of murders that have been occurring, which has a bit of a resemblance to what had occurred in the Crablands. Huro decided to stop off at his family home along the way, which resulted in you uncovering some things that you weren't supposed to uncover until much later in the campaign. That not everyone within the Lion clan is on board with the new emperors. After all, the previous dynasty, the Torturi, were formerly of the Akodo family, and so there are those amongst the Lion clan that feel that the imperial throne should still sit within their hands. Worrying, but not much that you could do about it at this moment in time. But it does seem to be having an effect here in the city of the Rich Frog, where there have been reports of lion-on-lion violence in the form of duels, unsanctioned duels, which means a daimyo has not approved of the duel. And that seems to be a cause of the disagreements within the Lion Clan. On top of the murders happening to unicorns within the provinces, and you also found out from the daimyo of the Kiryu family, the Frog family, who oversee the city, that there is also a religious sect that are encouraging the peasants within the city and surrounding lands to rise up against imperial rule, which the Dragon Clan are currently trying to peacefully manage, as the Dragon Clan don't wish to take arms against monks. And monks sit in a special place within the Celestial Order, which means they simultaneously sit below samurai in the social order of things while standing above them at the same time because of their connection to the gods and kami. Puts you guys in an interesting situation where all of this is going on. You have your initial investigation, what the Empress herself has sent you here for, which is to investigate these unicorn murders and to keep your eye on the Unicorn Clan because she doesn't trust their loyalty to the Emerald Throne. When we finished off last session, we finished off with Shibashiru taking a stroll through the unicorn part of the city, where he was called upon by a unicorn samurai on horseback, who recognized him as being an Emerald Magistrate and announced himself as a unicorn magistrate before we sort of ended the session. Other things happened. Kuro is currently away for some drinks with some unicorn samurai ladies who beat him in an arm wrestling match.
Barely.
And Kisho and Kurokami were in discussions with the sort of magistrate of the city, the overseer of the city, the head of the Frog family. So, we'll start with Shiro. So you're face to face with this unicorn samurai who is sitting upon one of the biggest horses that you've ever seen. He has his helmet on, but you can see his messy long hair sort of sticking out at the back of it. He's got the sort of fur sticking up from his clothing beneath the sort of leather and enameled armor that he's wearing. He has like a big, shit-eating grin on his face as he's staring down an Emerald Magistrate.
He said he was a unicorn magistrate?
Yep.
Said the unicorn didn't send a magistrate.
He's a magistrate of the Unicorn Clan, not an Emerald Magistrate.
Yeah,
So each clan has their own magistrates that police their own provinces, but Emerald Magistrates police the entire empire.
Shouldn't there be more than 4 then? I'm sorry.
For what?
No, I was just like, if they're at the no, it was just dumb. It was a dumb thought. Never mind. It was a dumb thought.
There should be more than 4 Emerald Magistrates. Yeah, there are probably other Emerald Magistrates in the empire apart from you.
Okay. Because I was like,
We're just the ones that are here. There's more.
okay. I was like,
No.
You're your selective group of magistrates, but there will be other Emerald
Think of
Magistrates.
it like FBI branches. Like there's
got you.
Like if you guys are the FBI, the clan magistrates would be their own state police or whatever. Yeah.
Got it. Cool.
Okay. We're
Remember that.
FBI, they're CSI.
Yeah.
So this guy's being all, trying to one up me. So I'm just gonna say, well, I'm only here because apparently you can't handle this.
I respect the honesty. He sort of swings himself off the horse. He sort of lands with a thud on the ground. You can see the big, like, just the boots that come up just below his knee. Is it a single magistrate that the Empire has sent?
I'm one of 5.
But you come investigating this part of the city on your own? That is brave.
I was taking a walk. I can handle myself.
There's
Should I not be safe?
From what I hear, the samurai of the frog family of the city seem to have some trouble maintaining peace at this moment in time. He sort of starts to walk towards you. The horse just kind of stands where it is, sort of like tapping at the ground with its hoofs. As he comes towards you, you note that he's maybe a full head taller than you, with like a heavily stubbled face and a good few scars to show as well. What is your name, Emerald Magistrate, if you don't mind me asking?
I give a bow and say, Shibashiru.
He sort of thrusts his hand out towards you. And you see the sort of leather bracers with the fur sort of tufting at the ends to shake your hand, which is, as noted last week, is a custom not practiced out with the Unicorn Clan.
You saw me do it before, Will, so you should be fine.
Yeah, I know about it, but obviously my first instinct was to bow. But if he's going to extend his hand out, then I will meet him there with mine.
He grips your hand quite firmly. My name is Moto Batu, of the Moto family of the Unicorn Clan. The Moto family are the ruling family of the Unicorn Clan.
Gotcha. I say in honor.
He kind of gives your hand a bit of a firm squeeze before letting it go. An honor to meet a Emerald Magistrate. I haven't had such honor before.
I say, well, we should be meeting with the others.
Suppose we should. I should also gather the other Unicorn Magistrates that are here with me in the city. Have you been in the city long?
No, we've only just arrived.
Then I haven't accidentally insulted any of you then by not looking for you sooner.
I just shake my head no.
Where will we meet these other Emerald Magistrates?
Well, do you have a place that's suited for such a meeting? If not, then we can meet at the Sippy Cup.
Sippy Kapu.
At the Sippy Kapu.
The Sippy Kapu. And the city square. It's an okay place to drink, I suppose.
The Sippy Kapu.
Some of my companions are there already.
If you don't mind, I will go and look for my fellow magistrates, and we can meet you there to fill you in on what we've uncovered so far.
A good plan.
At this point, he bows to you. it's as if there's a bit of a delay where he recognised that you bowed to him first, but his own instinct sort of took over to shake your hand, and now he's kind of realising, no, a bow is probably...
I return the bow. Very civil with this guy.
Do I have a time frame that I should try and assemble the others by?
What time is it now?
It's still quite early in the afternoon. You said you were going to try and meet your companions about 10 p.m. like at night.
Yeah.
It's maybe about 3, maybe getting closer to 4.
Okay. And there's like a like people aren't allowed out.
Yeah, there's a curfew. Yeah. From 8.
Yeah, so I would tell him we can meet there after curfew.
Agreed. You look like a capable warrior, Shiba Shiru of the Phoenix Clan. Are your companions the same?
Well, of course they are. Some a little more prepared than others.
And I look forward to meeting them. Yeah. Turns back to his horse and sort of like climbs back onto it. After curfew. You see him sort of dig his heels into the horse and very skillfully turn it in what would otherwise be quite a narrow side street that you're in, and sort of head back the direction that he came in from.
Show off.
Ooh,
You got a horse riding rank of 7. You're special.
I would immediately return to the Sippy Kapu, but not necessarily rush there to show that I'm like in a hurry or anything.
Yep, that's fine. Okay. Going to Kisho and Kurokami. You excuse yourself previously from the daimyo of the Keiru family.
I believe we said we were going to be making our way back to the tea shop.
Yep.
After that, right? So then, yeah, unless something happens to us in transit, I think that's where we head.
Before we leave, is that the shop we met in is it particularly busy?
Yeah, it's quite busy. It's in the city centre, so it's used by quite a lot of people.
Am I seeing any bushi in here?
There are a number of bushi from multiple clans, as well as some clanless samurai, some ronin.
Can I just do a pass through and just maybe spend 10-15 minutes just passing through and listening in on conversations, seeing if anything that I pick up on?
Yeah, if you give me a investigation roll.
I'm going to do that, and I'm gonna dump. Spend them if you got them. I'm gonna dump. I can only dump 1 void point at a time, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And I'm gonna dump a void point into this as well to give myself another 1, keep 1.
Yep. Oh, yeah. Okay. So you're sort of casually moving around this tea house, trying to overhear conversations that are going on. You over here, a group of dragon samurai discussing how the religious sect that they have been trying to keep calm are becoming more and more aggressive. You hear them talk about how one of their companions was physically beaten by an angry mob of peasants led by these monks with like clubs and like other mundane peasant-y type tools.
What?
Much to his dishonor.
Oh boy.
And that they are beginning to get frustrated by the entire situation. That the Kitsuki investigator that the clan had sent has disappeared. And that the orders from the tattooed monk that the Dragon Clan have, sort of trying to maintain the peace here, has been persistently to not raise arms against the peasants and monks that are causing all the trouble. To top that off, you hear a group of samurai talking about a duel that seems to have happened only within the last few hours within the city, between a member of the Matsu family and an Akodo, where the Matsu came out and talked, much to everyone's surprise. And you can very clearly hear them discussing the reason behind this duel was that the Akodo who was defeated in this duel was insisting that the Lion Clan should not throw its support behind Empress Oweko. And the Matsu did not take kindly to this. A duel occurred to the first blood, not to the death, but that the Akodo in question was left visibly marked across his face by her katana, and left in a fury, and they don't think that this is the end of that particular dispute.
As I'm going by that conversation, I'm going to try to mingle within the crowds and just spread some, I know, I believe the Akodo family heir is in the city currently.
You bastard!
I would like to do a gossip roll.
Yeah. Okay.
And I am gonna dump another void point into that.
Hirokami's just watching you from across the room with a cup of tea, like, oh boy. What's he doing?
I think I'm definitely just gonna watch this play out. Not gonna do shit about it.
Going to dump 2 raises into this.
Okay. You want to solidify that rumor then? Well, it's not even a rumor, you're telling the truth, but you're spinning it.
I hope you fail.
That's still not bad.
That's definitely a successful roll with 2 raises. Okay. Tell me, what seeds are you sowing for this tea house?
The seeds I'm sowing for the tea house is that the Akodo clan is looking to shore up support, and as such he has sent his son into the city itself, along with the Emerald Magistrates. He's kind of outing that they're there.
So you're saying that they're shoring up support for the current Empress? Is that what you're...
No, against the current Empress.
Okay. This will very quickly spread through the tea house. To the point that a group of unicorn samurai who are in the tea house suddenly sort of get to their feet, with the head of this particular group of unicorn marching over to this group of lions. You cowardly bastards. Your daimyo is turning against the Empress. I will challenge all of you to a duel. I will beat you one after the other. You see him sort of rest his hand on his scimitar. The lions being lions, like, they will stand up. We don't know where this rumours came from. Sit your horse-loving backside back down and finish your tea. Before I make you regret those words. You see him reach for the katana that was on the usually the passive side of the tea table. At this point, some of the dragon samurai sort of get up to intervene. We've heard all sorts of rumours about the Lion Clan in the past week or so. This may just be another one of those rumours. You wouldn't want to ruin this establishment by shedding blood within it, would you? The unicorn sort of turns to them. I'll duel the two of you as well then. Standing up for traitors to the Empire.
That's what I was about to ask. The unicorn are standing up for the Empress.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That's what I was fucking looking to find out.
So these are still unsanctioned duels, technically.
Yeah.
Yep.
And only a daimyo can sanction a duel?
Yep.
Damn. Where?
Or Emerald Magistrate can...
Yes,
That's
we
gonna
can!
be my question.
Yes, we can!
That was going to be my next question. Keisha,
At
do you
this
want the honors?
No, I've had my fun. Would you like to step in for this one?
I would like to just sit back and watch my handiwork unfold.
I will very calmly make my way in between the two opposing sides at this point, where I imagine that they are getting louder and louder in their rabble.
Yeah. They're starting to cause a bit of a scene. You can see a lot of the Ronin who are having tea here are actually looking on quite amused to see that groups of great clan samurai are making such a fool of themselves while they're kind of sitting.
Do any of the Ronin stand out, like, or just do any of them look off with everything going on? Are any of them standing out?
That would be a investigation roll again, Chuck.
Okay. Not as great.
No. None of them stand particularly out to you. A few of they sit in a weird position. Some of the Ronin here are technically part of the Frog family. They still get considered Ronin because they're not part of a clan, even though they are part of a samurai family. But there's a few who are clearly unaligned to any particular family or clan, but none of them seem to stick out.
Okay.
Would it be possible for me to do a Bushido roll to try to, like, understand the stratification of the samurai that are squaring off against one another, like where they would rank within their own respective families?
Yeah, you can give me a Bushido roll. It's quite a difficult roll, but you can do that.
Okay. Luckily, I am trained in this one, so I can have exploding dice.
Get it.
Oh boy, I hope I get them. Right here, trained.
Ooh!
It happened twice.
Yeah. So the Bushido gives you a sense of their honor. You can scanning the group, all three groups of samurai here. Not to no surprise to you, the lion here present themselves with more honor. They carry themselves with it. It sort of radiates from them that they are honorable samurai. That doesn't mean that honor isn't misplaced.
That right.
They do conduct themselves honorably. The unicorn are less honorable, but from the words that they've been saying, they are sticking up for the Empress in this situation. The lion haven't said anything against the Empress. They're merely reacting to the accusation and the threat of a duel. But they haven't actually said anything against the Empress or against or in favour of her. And the Dragon Clan sit somewhere in between in terms of honour in this situation. And they're trying to peacefully sort of... That seems to be the Dragon Clan's purpose here in the city, to sort of try and keep peace between the two other clans and anything else that might be going on, along with the Frog family who oversee the city.
Okay.
And yeah.
Okay, so I think that in Kurokami's mind, he's understanding that like the dragon aren't an issue. I don't need to be concerned with them because they ultimately are after just resolution. So they're not going to probably fight anything that's about to happen. The lions are going to be shackled to the system no matter what. They're not going to be betraying that honor because they've been sticking with it long enough that they're not going to lose that investment unless they're pushed over the limit. So unless I don't do anything really dumb to call them out, then I probably don't have to worry about that. But the unicorn, however, I feel like they're just like on a hair trigger. And they are kind of just going around acting like they have nothing to lose because that's literally what you're telling us they've been kind of doing. So I think that Kurokami would start by addressing the unicorn and saying, you do your Empress proud. What would be a proper title for him?
You probably just call him my Lord. Unless you're a family daimyo or something. Most samurai are nobility, and
yep.
Lord would typically be the way that they would be addressed by most people.
Then I would address him in an honorable way. And
especially if you don't know his name.
Yeah. I'll say, you honor your Empress, Lord. Tell me, how many have you bloodied your blade with on this day?
Yeah. Turns his attention to you. You can feel that anger still sort of simmering underneath. This day, none yet, but it's still early. Sort of glances back to the lions. You see, lions? This crane here comes, he speaks honourably. From the only clan currently fighting on behalf of their Empress. Well, that will soon change. The Khan, I believe, is mustering forces to send south to face the crab.
I bow to him when he says that. Like, not like a deep bow or anything, but like, respectfully when he mentions that the Crane clan is doing the right thing effectively. I'm going to give him like a slight bow and say, you honor me. Indeed, it is true. However, that is a matter of another day. For now, I see an issue before me, and I see two possible resolutions. I certainly know what our friends in the Dragon Clan would like to see happen, and I certainly know what I would like to see our friends in the Unicorn Clan see happen. My only question, and then I'm going to finally like turn and address the lion, is what are you going to do about it? And I'm going to take out my Emerald Magistrate badge and like show that I can make it happen if I need to.
As you show the seal of the Emerald Magistrate, the sort of conversation, some of the chatter amongst the Ronin and stuff in the room who are kind of making bets on what was actually going to happen here sort of quietens down. The two dragon samurai who stood up to sort of try and calm the situation take a step back and like bow their head appropriately low enough to show respect for an Emerald Magistrate. The lion give a slight bow to you. The unicorn just keeps a measured stare on you, moving from your face to the seal and then back to the lion. The lion sort of This... It's hard to swallow, Magistrate. To not answer such a challenge would be dishonourable. But in answering such a challenge, it shows some suspicion on my faith to the Empress.
Yeah. I don't say that. I'm thinking in my head, yeah, it does.
But he said that our clan champion and his son and family are not aligned to the Empress, even though we know that Akodo Kuro is an Emerald Magistrate. But the insult has been made. As an Emerald Magistrate, I would like you to know that I wish to answer this insult with steel, but only to protect my own honour, not to dishonour the Empress or the Emerald Throne.
Could I do a sincerity check to see if it seems like these are honest words coming out of his mouth or it's bullshit?
Yes, you can.
Okay.
That's perfect, because I was about to say I turned to look at Kisho.
Yep.
Let's go.
The lion who is doing the talking is sincere. And you're about to, accept that until you see one of the other lions in his pack shuffling away from the conversation as if he's going to go for his sword to leave the tea house while the attention is off him.
And where do you think you're going, little lion?
To go and get more of my family to let them know of the disturbance going on here.
No, I believe that the unicorn challenged all of you.
As you see, we are here. The dragon family is here. You do not need to get anybody else. You need to come back here instead with your clan.
He fastens the katana to his waist and sort of moves back closer to the other two lions.
I believe I would see, and Lord, please, if I might have your name, I say, I've lowered my seal at this point and put it back in my kimono, and I gesture to the unicorn who is about to get what he wanted.
Hang up the unicorn and
Does this lion look nervous?
He does look nervous. The unicorn sort of looks back to you. My name is Shinjo Gan of the Shinjo family of the Unicorn Clan. Rokugani history. The Shinjo family are they're the family in the Unicorn Clan that's actually descended from one of the kami. Kind of similar to the Shiba family in the Phoenix Clan. They don't rule the clan though. Their numbers were diminished during their time outside of Rokugan. By the time they returned, the Moto family were the most prominent family within the clan. Although the Shinjo still gain a lot of respect. And the Shinjo, out of all of the unicorn families, are probably one of the families that adhere to the culture and laws of Rokugan more than any of the other ones do. As they see it as part of their heritage, unlike most of the clan.
Then I will bow to him again and say, Honorable Lord Mojo? Moji?
Shinjo.
Shinjo, sorry. Honorable Lord Shinjo.
Jojo.
I believe that you proposed one after another I would sanction this duel. No longer would it be outside the bounds of the law.
Oh. He, you see the grin cross his face. And, like, he's... Like, for some men in Rokugan, it's quite common to grow a beard, but usually, like, my sort of beard, like a goatee, or maybe, like, the sort of more Fu Manchu type mustache. He's sitting with this sort of handlebar type long mustache that's all braided and stuff. You see him sort of grin. Then we will step outside. I will test the steel and loyalty of all 3 lion cubs that I see before me.
Fantastic.
Have any of you seen a unicorn, Joe?
Is he asking us or the lions?
Just the room in general. A few, like one of the dragons sort of nods his head a little to it. But like, as far as everybody else is concerned, you probably haven't ever seen a unicorn, Joe.
I'm incredibly interested to see it. And I guess I get ready to go outside and watch the events unfold.
As this is happening, everybody's kind of making their way outside. The Ronin were making bets at the bar, right?
Yep.
Hisho's gonna walk over, pull out a Koku, put it up.
Vengeance. Vengeance!
You see the eyes widen on a few of the Ronin as they say a full Koku, like...
Too rich for my blood.
Yeah, a few of them probably, they walk away, they're like, it's too rich for me, but
no.
A few of them are like, are you sure you want to make that bet, my lord?
I don't want to make a bet.
How many Ronin are there?
A few of them, maybe about half a dozen, who are all sort of drinking together.
He'll put out one in front of each of them.
We don't understand, my lord.
I need eyes around the city. I need to hear what's going on. I need to know who the players are.
We understand, my lord. I don't think we need to bet on this, Joe. You see them sort of slide the coins into their kimono sleeves and give you a bow. We could start right away, my lord, instead of watching the action.
That would be greatly appreciated.
They all sort of get up from the table and leave, which clears a bit more space. But yeah, the unicorn sort of he marches out with the other unicorn who are with him, following him to observe. The 3 lions sort of follow out. The one who tried to slink off stays at the back of the group, clearly in no rush to go out there. Strangely though, tradition for dueling in Rokugan is obviously to draw from the hip.
Yep.
Via Aijutsu. The unicorn unclips his scimitar from his belt and sort of holds it in front of him, one hand on the hilt and the other one on the sheath. Which one of you 3 is first? Or the one who was doing all the talking steps up first? As I expect. I will put the roaring adult in his place and then deal with the 2 cubs. He takes a rather relaxed stance, just sort of holding his sword kind of casually in both hands, while the lion takes a more very deep, Kurokami, you would consider it quite a powerful stance to be in, with his hand on hovering above the hip of his katana. not quite the typical stance that you would take as a Kakita. You'd take a more shallow stance that allows you to move a little bit quicker. But the lions favour power over speed.
Is there a role I can do to try to like learn what from them while they're doing this?
It's tied to their particular skills of bushy skills.
Got it. Okay. I just want to like learn, so if I ever go against them, is what I'm saying. Like somebody
you kind of
from
know
that
what
school.
to
Oh,
expect.
you will soon enough. You don't have to worry about it. You will soon enough.
The 2 or 3 times that you've seen Kuro, Joe, he's taken a similar stance to the lion when dueling. So you've seen that multiple times. The unicorn doesn't even look like he's ready to fight. He almost looks like he's just kind of playing around with the sword in his hand, barely even looking at his opponent. But within like the amount of time it would take a cherry blossom to fall from a tree and hit the ground, both of them have drawn swords from sheaths. And you see the spray of blood occur across the face of the lion in a moment. The lion just about got the sword out of the sheath, and you can see a slight cut in the kimono. Or, like, it's not even a kimono, it's like a jacket that the unicorn is wearing. There's no blood or anything being drawn. But there's a massive gash now across the cheek of the lion who was talking that goes from ear down to the corner of his mouth. This one won't be roaring so loudly in the future. The unicorn points his sword to the next lion and then sheaths it again. And again just sort of rests it on his shoulder this time. But in a matter of minutes, all 3 duels are said and done. Every time the unicorn's held the sword in a different, very casual position. And each time, almost in the exact location, the unicorn has left a cut on each lion's cheek.
Damn.
Whether you're loyal to the Empress or not, you go and you tell all of the other lions in this city that if the unicorn find that they are planning to betray the Empress, it will be more than a cut on the cheek.
I hereby conclude this duel. Let it be known that the Kami's will was done, and that the unicorn have achieved victory through single combat. Lions, take your leave.
The little one, how's he doing?
He's the first one to leave. And you see that he goes in a completely different direction from the other 2 that he was drinking with.
Kurakami.
He shows gestures and starts following.
Do what you will. I am going to stay here and talk to our new friend.
Kisho nods.
Yeah. Kuro. Going to the unicorn drinking establishment that you went to with your new guests, and Rin.
I'm assuming Rin is just passed out from over drinking. Since Rin isn't here right now, that's what I assume. The unicorn girl got a 2 drunk, and he just like.
Yeah.
He's
like, I'm a crab, I can drink. The unicorns are like,
yep, sure you can. Now, the drink that you're drinking, the drink that the unicorn are drinking with you, isn't sake or soshu. It's a very unique drink to the unicorn clan.
We call this moonshine.
They call the drink kumis, and it is as they pour it to you, it's a thick white liquid that smells absolutely foul. They don't tell you what it is, they just kind of shove it towards you.
What's the real world equivalent of this drink?
The real world equivalent is called kumis, and it is a Mongolian drink made of fermented fermented horse milk.
And blood. And blood. You can't forget blood's in that too.
And blood, yeah.
Ooh.
But yeah, they kind of they shove it towards you. Drink?
I down it.
Oh,
I gotta look good. I down it.
Give me an earth roll.
I believe in you.
Reflexes or awareness? Or just air in general?
Just earth, not air.
Oh.
Earth.
Oh, I just said air.
There we go. That's better.
There we go. There we go.
You managed to keep it down. It is strong, very strong alcohol. It's a bit chunky. It is disgusting. You see the two unicorn women watch you intently while you're drinking it. And they look almost a little bit disappointed that you managed to keep it down.
So
And then they drink their own.
I'm gonna put the glass down and be like, not bad. While in the inside, we're just like, somebody please cut my tongue out. Please cut my tongue out. I don't ever want to taste something so vile again. Somebody please cut my tongue out. Still not as good as you two ladies.
Not bad for a lion.
I told you, I'm not your average lion. I'm not your average lion.
Your friend there didn't seem to cope too well when you see Rin thrown up.
He's a crab.
We expected more from the crab.
Oh,
Surprised.
you suspected more from the crab than this one right here? Ladies, you insult me.
And they start laughing at that. Clearly they are insulting you, but there's no actual malice behind it. They're teasing you. And having sisters, you're kind of used to it.
So, ladies, I know I asked before, but how are you guys going around the city? I found out recently there's a curfew. Some unicorn are dying around. You ladies might need to be walking home by somebody as strong as myself. No ill will, of course.
Both of them start to laugh at that. I'm sure you're the one that might need to be walked home by one of us by the end of the night.
Oh no, I can assure you it'll be the other way around, ladies. How about we exchange your names? That way I know who to write to when I go back home.
They both kind of look at each other. And they start to laugh and then they suddenly stop. And you feel a hand on your shoulder.
I turn and look. Hey, how you doing? Wonderful weather we're having.
As you turn round, you see it's another female unicorn. She has a sort of light brown sort of complexion. Her hair's sort of tied up into a top knot, but it's those same thick sort of dreadlock type hair as the two that you've been speaking to.
I will reach my hand out. Wonderful evening we're having. What can I do to be of pleasure for you?
She smiles down at you. There's something a little bit unnerving about the smile. The only unicorn name that you'll need to be having this evening is mine, Lion. I'm Utaku Saran.
Pleasure to meet you. I am Akoto Kuro. Yeah, I say as I stand up and roll her hand off my shoulder and put my hand away since she doesn't want to shake it. I'll be customary.
She's quite tall for a woman.
Why are all these women taller than me? That scares me.
And she gives you quite a broad smile.
I'm smiling back at her. I'm trying to play along. I don't know what's going on, but this one is different news.
You mentioned murders, Lion.
I did indeed.
Then maybe we should go outside to talk.
In a friendly way, or do you mean in a different matter? And as I say, as I gesture to my katana at my hip.
She looks towards the katana and then back to you as if you just touched the toy. It depends on how you answer the questions that I have for you.
I'm going to assure you, it depends on how you answer my question.
She turns away from you and walks towards the door.
I crack my neck and I'm walking outside confidently. Oh, make sure he doesn't die. I'll be back, ladies.
Now, contrary to like how most Rokugani women would dress with like kimonos and robes and stuff, as a unicorn, she's wearing a lot of leather, and it's well fitted. As she walks out, not leaving as much to the imagination as most other women within the Empire would.
Oh no, another woman that I'm going to like. Oh, like this. I don't like this.
But as soon as you come through the door, outside the drinking establishment, she sort of, the calmness in her voice changes to a lot more serious. What can you tell me about the murders?
What can you tell me about the murders? I'm the one investigating. A lion in a unicorn district.
She
closer to what the lockout hours. Why would I be so far out my typical quarter?
She seems a bit caught off guard when you say that you're investigating it. And who are you to be investigating unicorn matter?
And you asking me questions. We can play circles all day.
Then make it easy for me. Who are you?
As I said before, I'm Kodo Kuro, Emerald Magistrate of the Empire. And I reach into my chest and pull out the crest, flash it at her, push it back in. Now let me start asking you some questions. Who are you supposed to be stopping me in my investigation?
I'm, as I said, Utaku Sarin of the Unicorn Clan. And Magistrate of the Unicorn Clan.
Ah. I had got some information you guys were doing an investigation. It's a pleasure to meet you. Surely you'll shake my hand now. I say as I extend it once more.
She grips your hand, gives it a shake. Surprised to see that you're embracing our culture.
I'm surprised that you didn't try to draw that sword at me as soon as I came outside.
That would be an issue, and there's some other magistrates that I'm working with in the city who might have began discussions that way.
Would have been fun for me nonetheless. So, what can you tell me about the murders going on? I'm here on word for the Empress to put a stop to this. Too many of your people have been getting killed by unknown assailants, and I'm not going to say it's the duels that have been going around this city.
The jewels seem to only be affecting your clan at this moment in time. Ours are harder. Ours are murders or assassinations or whatever you'd like to call them.
What would you like to call them? Disappearances?
I would call it saving our clan some issues in the long run, but it's still an issue that needs investigating.
I would invite my other companion out here, but he's that drink put him out of his system.
Doesn't have the constitution for it. Not many outside of my clan do.
Like I said, inside I'm a special case.
As you're talking to her, you can hear the sound of hoof prints coming towards you from behind. You see her sort of look past you.
I turn
Batu?
and look.
Zarin? Are you toying with a lion who's got lost in the district? This one says he's an Emerald Magistrate. The
Like
man
your
on the
horse.
horse sort of laughs. I met an Emerald Magistrate as well, of the Phoenix clan. I've arranged to meet him.
At the Sipikapu, I'm assuming?
Indeed, you must be one of his companions.
Indeed, you must be one of hers.
Has she
She
been
tells
treating you
me-
well?
Of course, I had a very delicious drink of yours. Very thick, very chunky. But a nice treat nonetheless. She tells me that if it was one of her other companions, I'm going to presume it's you. You would have got me out of that drinking establishment and drew your sword on me. Is that true? I would love to go around.
Oh, me? She told you that I would have drawn a sword on you.
No, she said her other companions. I'm going to assume it might have been you.
I believe she was definitely talking about me when she said that to you.
I would give him a hearty laugh.
It depends
Oh.
what you said in the bar.
It was nothing more than pleasant greetings. You can ask your companion here. I even tried to shake your hand at first.
This one was flirting with some of my fellow battle maidens inside the bar. I believe I might have actually saved them from being eaten alive.
I chuckle at that comment.
The samurai on the horse starts to laugh, like a proper belly laugh at that. You have dangerous taste in women, my friend.
I like to do dangerous things, my friend. My name is Akoto Kuro. May I have the pleasure of your name?
Moto Batu.
A powerful name. Like it. Tell me, there's been a story of a ballad of Lord Hida going around. Surely you heard of it.
We heard some tales of a crab lord who died on behalf of the Empress before the gates of Kyuden Hida.
I was there with such man. Your forwardness reminds me of him. Come, shake my hand. I know this is how the unicorns does it. I'm more than willing to embrace your culture, so that way we can be at peace.
He brings the horse a little closer and climbs off. He only takes a few steps up towards the doorway of the sort of tavern.
I'm gonna meet him in the middle.
And it sort of brings him to head, like eye to eye level with you. He firmly sort of grips you by the forearm and not by the hand.
I see. I already had that done to me, so I'm gonna give him a good grip by the forearm and give him a little squeeze, like the last person did.
I fought a few Akodos on the battlefield. I didn't think I'd ever be shaking hands with one.
Like I said inside and out here, once more, I'm a special case. I say as I give him a hearty laugh.
Now, Batu, his hair is still perfectly dark. But there's a few wrinkles and stuff on his face that, since you're like face to face with him, that sort of indicate that he's maybe a little bit older than he initially seems. He's got a lot of energy about him, though.
Like him.
Darren, why don't you go fetch the other two while I accompany Kuro-san here to the Sippy Kappa?
Oh, there's no need. I wanted to keep enjoying her company a little bit more.
She might eat you alive between here and there.
I'm willing to take that chance.
Not today, Lion, I'm afraid. I'll go fetch the other two and meet you there. She sort of pushes past the two of you down the stairs, goes and unhitches a horse that's presumably her own, and takes off down the street. Odo Kuro, you're the eldest son of the Lion Champion.
I scratch my cheek. I am surprised my name has spread tales far out here. Most know my sisters before me.
I know a lot of things. It's good to know your neighbours. You can tell that he uses the word neighbour, but he means enemy.
No need for that. We can all be friends here. I'm not like my ancestors. I want the empire to be unified, strong.
Hard to imagine. My entire life, I believe I have a good few cycles of the seasons over you in age, but I was brought up in a time to expect that my clan would go to war with yours and that I would someday face the son of the Lion Champion on the field of battle. Now I'm having a conversation with him.
Would my father have told me anything about this?
The war with the Unicorn Clan would have been maybe ending when you were very young, while the throne was still vacant. But you would have been a child. Your father would have probably been away a lot of the time, fighting that war. But your father isn't one to talk about his exploits in battle.
Gotcha.
Or enemies that he's made.
You must have known my father.
I was a young man.
Father doesn't talk too much about his war days. We when we was children, we learned very quickly not to ask about it. So you must forgive me if I didn't have the same expectations of me, a unicorn on the battle. But we can be happy that it's over. Comrades are to be made. Relationships forge. Through hardship, chains become stronger. If you understand what I'm trying to say.
Well, at that point, it was my Khan wishing to take a seat upon the Emerald Throne, while yours claimed that the Akodo family still had a claim to it. If the rumors are true, that conflict might come into occurrence again. Only this time it will be the unicorn fighting on behalf of the rightful heir to the Emerald Throne.
I can assure you, whatever rumors they are, they're rumors nonetheless. My father has no aspirations for the throne. My mother doesn't wish to see her children on the throne. The Kodo family wishes the empire to thrive, not get divided. You know more than what you let on, so I cannot lie to you, nor can I try to hide what my family has going on behind its shadows. There is few within the clan not wanting to support the Empress, but none from the Kodos, none from what I would like to believe the Matsu either.
He nods his head and doesn't speak any further on the subject.
I'm not going to speak any further on the subject either. This is a very prideful thing for me, my family. So having to say, yeah, some people want to, portray the Empress. It kind of hurts it.
I'm very good at my job, Akodo-san. I've been doing it a long time now. It frustrates me that we can't seem to get to the bottom of these murders that have been occurring within our provinces.
I heard most of them take part in the Unicorn Quarter, hence the lockdown for all quarters.
The issue has been occurring all across the provinces of the Unicorn, and recently it's started to occur here in the city.
So surely the corporate or somebody who's working underneath can be found here as well. I have a Scorpion member. He's an Emerald Magistrate. Surely he can dig up something.
If I was to look for an assassin, I suppose the only ones better that I could ask for would be Scorpion Clan.
Oh, trust me. I know exactly what you mean. But he's a good man. A very honest man. His loyalty to the Empire is second to none, if you were to ask me. I can even place him among my friends.
He nods, he's being polite, but you can tell that you're talking about a scorpion, and he's like, yeah, I will agree with you at this moment in time, but I'll need to see otherwise.
Everybody's the same way at the beginning. Just meet him. You'll come to like him.
As you're having this conversation, you're walking at the same time. He's leading his horse along and walking on foot.
That's
until
fine.
As you're going back towards the sippy cup.
Oh wait, I stopped. Oh wait, I forgot Red. I stopped and I look back oh shit, I done forgot my friend.
I'll wait here. You can go fetch him.
Yeah, and I'm running off for Red. I'm like, oh shit.
Shida?
It's me.
Yes.
I won't let Red to die. Red was gonna get kidnapped.
You would have obviously set off back to the Cupboard before this interaction occurs. As you're arriving at the tea house, the crowd that had probably been watching the duel was probably started to disperse at this point. But you can probably catch Kurokami outside the tea house.
Did I see Kisho, actually?
Give me a wits investigation to see if you can catch a glimpse of Kisho. Assuming Kisho is going to stealthily follow the lion that he's...
Give me 1 second. I had accidentally closed my roll 20, I guess? Question mark?
Question mark. I do that all the time.
I opened up a second one so that chat doesn't have to see my character screen.
There we go. Let's see.
Yeah, I need to do that with fractured crystals. I have to have two open so they don't see me jumping around all the places of the GM.
Dude, I was getting so scared earlier. My CPU usage was through the roof because I applied a blur effect to my camera. I took it off and it's been fine.
Chuck, are you stealthily following the lion?
Nope.
No? Okay, and yeah, Shader, you can see Kisho.
So I see Kisho
away from the scene.
walking alone.
Yep.
I'm gonna tail Kisho.
Yeah. So yeah, you sort of wave your way through the crowd that's sort of dispersing from the scene of the duels that have just happened to follow Kisho. Okay, so Kisho, you are following this lion, who, as you'd maybe expect, heads towards the lion quarters of the city. But as I said, separate from the two lions that he'd been drinking with in the tea house.
As we're going this way, do I see any frog bushy?
Any frog bushy?
Yep.
Yeah, there are frog bushy pretty much all over the place.
As Kisho's walking, he is just gonna make a point to flash the symbol real quick and gesture 2 or 3 of them to follow him.
A few of them see the Emerald Magistrate symbol and they'll start to follow you. Shiru, if you're following Kisho, you can see a few of these apparent Ronins start to follow Kisho as he shows the Emerald Seal.
Lion! Oh, go ahead.
You can't quite see who Kisho is following from where you are. But yeah.
I basically was following just to make sure he doesn't get in trouble, because I know that he doesn't have Big Jim right now, so...
Yeah.
Big Jim.
That's weird
so-
to go by Fort Miners were playing in Kisho's head like nonstop, getting ready to cry because Big Jim ain't here.
So I wanted to, instinct kicks in, and I wanted to make sure that he doesn't get into anything.
Yeah.
But I'm gonna let him do his thing until I would see like a situation going bad.
Cool. And Kisho?
Lion, I do need to ask, Lord, that you stop. I have some questions that need to be answered.
He doesn't stop walking. He glances over his shoulder towards you. I have nothing but shame to speak about. Please leave me alone.
You can speak about that shame later. We need to speak about a different kind of shame now.
He starts to speed up his walk. The frog Ronin who are with you, do we apprehend him?
Kisho nods.
The three of them sort of start to run after him, and when they start to run, the lion starts to run. And if you're wanting to follow, and Shiro, if you're wanting to follow Kisho, I am going to require athletics rolls from you.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
I hope y'all can run.
No!
But
Bro, I got a tail on my kimono. I can't run. I can barely walk. Oh wow.
Nice. That is the best that you could have asked for, not on training.
Wow.
Cool. You start to chase after the Ronin and the lion. And much to your surprise, you're managing to keep a decent pace. You've got your train and your kimono hiked up. Not the most flattering.
Yeah, he's got like his whole tail wrapped around him. He's like...
But as you're chasing, you can hear the footsteps running behind you, and you turn around and catch a glimpse of Shiro in pursuit as well and catching up with you. follow this group of frog samurai into the busy sort of lying quarters of the city, and you see them sort of turn off into a small, tight side street. The two of you can keep up with the frog samurai, but eventually you sort of weave in and out, and you end up in what seems to be a dead end.
Jute ankles broken.
The frog samurai, as you catch up with them, are standing in this dead end, sort of glancing around, their hands on the hilts of katanas, looking confused.
Are they actually confused? I'm sus.
Where did they go? There doesn't seem to be any doors or anything like that leading into any of the buildings in this dead end. He couldn't have climbed. We would have seen him climbing.
Can you do investigation?
Yeah, you can make a investigation.
And begin looking around or running his hand along things.
Okay. Shiru, are you wanting to investigate as well?
Yeah, but I'm not going to use a point on this one, so maybe I should have, because I would have had exploding dice.
If you've spent a void point on it, it makes the skill trained, so you can roll an extra d10 and add it to that.
Yeah, I didn't want to spend one, because I had already spent one on my last roll.
Yeah, it's untrained. Yeah. The two of you are looking around this dead end. On the wall of one of the buildings here, like the wooden beams that form the structure of the buildings, you almost miss it, but you can see faintly carved in to one of the wooden beams here what seems to be the outline of a chrysanthemum with the face of a lion in the middle of it. So the leaves of the chrysanthemum form the mane, but it has a lion's face in the middle of it. None of you have ever seen this symbol before. It doesn't actually have any historical ties to it. But the meaning behind it is very clear. But again, there doesn't seem to be any doors or any ways to get out of this dead end that are obvious to anyone. And you can hear the frog samurai behind you now starting to argue that one of them must have taken the wrong turn and the rest of them followed him.
Isho.
Well, that didn't go as planned, but thank you for your aid. Let us head back into the district.
We apologize, Emerald Magistrates.
It is not necessary. I believe this is even more informative than I had hoped. So thank you for your assistance.
They look a little bit confused when you say it was informative, but they don't question it or argue the point.
Shibashiru!
I just nod. And I say, we have a unicorn magistrate to meet back at the Sippy Kapu.
I'm sorry.
But if you wouldn't mind filling me in on whatever this was.
Yeah, on the way back, Kisho is going to be completely candid with Shibashiro about the whole thing, about spreading the rumors, about everything. He's just going to lay it out there.
Nice. And I'll fill in as well about the little conversation that I had.
Yeah, and the reactions. Yeah, he makes a point, the Empress was worried about the unicorn, but Kisho's like, the unicorn has seemed pretty steadfastly defending her name.
I agree with that.
Shiro, how do you feel about the fact that Kisho spread a rumor that Kuro and his family are plotting against the Empress?
It's definitely not how Shibashiro would have handled that situation. Seeing as that it's already happened, there's really nothing you could do about it. So it's kind of like a fleeting thought to him that it's like, maybe we could have tried to get that information without, talking down one of our companions' families. Yeah,
you was there.
We're just reacting.
You was there. You heard that.
No.
Yeah.
Yep.
there was pot stirring going on.
Yeah. I would say, Kisho, maybe next time we think before we just start saying whatever comes to mind.
What we have you here for, Shibashiro?
Looks like I gotta stop walking off, I guess, huh?
I mean, especially without Taka, he usually stops me from these behaviors. So,
No, he doesn't.
No, he doesn't.
And that's why I followed you. And glad I did, just in case anything else had transpired.
I know it seems drastic, but I think with the knowledge that he is here, and even if it's not completely the truth that his whole family is conspiring, I think we'll draw some of the actors out. As I have no intentions of lying to him about it either.
Keisho, how do you feel about the prospect of meeting some unicorn magistrate?
I'm sorry, this is just the funniest thing. It's like Kuro on his own. Oh yeah, Bayushi Kisho. Oh, great guy, really good friend. Go talk to Bayushi Kisho. Yeah, so I lied. Yeah, so I said that your family sucks and you eat ass.
Damn.
Yep.
So yeah, Keisho, how are you feeling about the prospect of meeting some unicorn magistrates?
Keisho's not sure, as he doesn't really haven't had any interactions with the unicorn really. Like, so it's gonna where Kuro had like some heads up to everything that's going on. Keisho's gonna be caught pretty flat-footed.
Okay, jumping to Kurokami. Most of the crowd has dispersed from the tea house, leaving yourself. The dragons who tried to calm the situation have went back in to finish their drinks, but they don't stay too long. Leaving pretty much yourself, a few of the frog samurai, and the group of unicorn, the leader of which was the one who you've just seen, without breaking a sweat, beat 3 lions and a jewel back to back.
As the crowd is kind of like dispersing away and what have you, I will gesture towards the inside of the shop and say, come, Lord Shinjo, let me refresh your drink on my tab.
Chuck has a 1 keep 1 to any roll.
Okay.
Let's go.
From who?
Jinko.
Thank you!
You're gonna need that soon, Chuck. You're gonna need that soon.
The unicorn
I got this.
Follows you back in.
I want to kind of get to know what it is that he's trying to accomplish here. Like, he's obviously just going around kicking ass for the sake of what? He's not doing it for the honor points, right? He's doing it to prove a point, but like, why?
He motioned for the other samurai who are with him to go to another table. They're clearly his retainers. And he'll sit. And he'll wait until tea and stuff has been poured before answering the question. About 15 years ago, the clan war between the unicorn and lion came to an end when our Khan he felt that he had a claim to the throne purely because it was vacant, with no regard for who should be next in line. Maybe at that time it might have been what the Empire needed. But as a clan, most of us, even though she has only sat upon the throne for almost 3 years by this point, she put an end to all of those confrontations that were still lingering within the Empire.
I'm gonna like take like a punctuated sip of my tea to like kind of like draw it out before asking and how do you feel about it? And then I'm gonna immediately take another long draw it. I think you're muted, buddy. We can't hear you, Andy.
Oh no. Andy can't hear us. He has AirPods in.
Oh no, Andy, watch out.
Oh no, Andy, watch out. Oh no, he can't hear us. He has AirPods in.
We can't.
Let's see.
No.
Oh, I think he figured it out. He's exiting and re-entering, probably.
So while we have this intermission, let me just say, I am going to be extremely mad when you guys tell me this.
Oh yeah, Keith. Yeah, yeah.
Sorry, I missed it. What?
I'm gonna take that one. Keep one.
Oh, Discord has died for him. Oh no.
Oh.
Oh no. Oh no.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Oh no. Jinx. Knock on wood.
Oh no,
You guys
no,
owe me
no,
a soda.
no.
Sapping's gonna go bathroom quick.
What? Chuck, what did you say real fast?
We could go to break.
Yeah, let's go ahead and take a break.
Yeah.
Let's go ahead and do that.
Yeah,
break. We are an hour
Great
45
suggestion.
in.
Great suggestion.
Big brain
Will.
break.
All right, don't go anywhere, anybody. We are going to take a quick break while we get this situated, and then when we get back,
The most creative minds from the world of tabletop role-playing have
so
joined
Legend of
together
Legend of
to
Five
create an actual play adventure that is not to be missed. Join us as we explore a truly collaborative world come to life, only able to exist thanks to the imagination of a global community. There may have been others before, but never like this. Join us for Homebrew Havoc!
Oh yeah, bring snacks.
Mark. Welcome back, everybody. Thanks so much for sitting tight. Andy, I believe the last thing that we said was, how do you feel about it?
Yeah. So, I continued to talk for a good 5 minutes after that. He sends away the other samurai who are with him, who are clearly his retainers, to another table, where he sits down across from you. Waits until tea and stuff has been poured before he begins to answer that. I understand that many of the other great clans see us as practically Gaijin. Fair, I suppose, if you don't understand our way of life. Many of the other families within the clan do indeed descend from those not originally of Rokugan. But we of the Shinjo family are descendant from the same kami that the likes of Doji and Bayushi and Kodo and even Hante all originate from. And although our clan were not part of this empire for 800 years, we've now been part of it for longer than we were gone. The other families are as much Rokugani as anyone else. But we foolishly made a claim for that throne while it sat empty. And it resulted in conflict that caused much damage across the empire. The Lion at the time had a much stronger claim than we did to the throne. The Totori were, after all, members of the Akodo family before they ascended. We understand that claim to the throne makes us suspect in the current situations that are happening within the Empire. As a member of the Shinjo family, descendants to the Kami Shinjo, I feel it is my place to put to right what could have been a misdeed on our part.
So if I'm understanding him correctly, he's saying that in the past they vied for the throne, but they recognize the authority within the Empress now, and they're going to do everything within their power to uphold that. That's correct?
Yeah, that's what he's saying.
Okay. I nod and put my cup down when he's done talking, and I say, that is wonderful to hear. What do you know of the Spider Clan?
Children's tales and bedtime stories.
Oh, they are very real.
So the rumors have said that have came from south.
Your allegiance is to the throne above all, and for that reason I feel as though I might find a confidant in you, not one for any matters other than that of state. Do I have your word that you will always do within your power to do right by the throne?
If you don't feel that what I have done today already displays my loyalty to the throne, then I don't know what else I could do.
We live and die by the words that we make. Affirmations are important in our culture, you understand.
Then, as an heir to the Kami Shinjo, my sword belongs to the Empress. I can't lie to you, however, that there are some within the Unicorn clan whose allegiances to the Emerald Throne aren't as strong as mine. But I suspect that you're here to investigate some of those deaths that have been happening within the Unicorn Clan. And all I can say in regards to that is good riddance to those who do not bow to the rightful Empress of the Emerald Empire.
And you would say that these that are losing their lives would be amongst those numbers without a doubt?
Without a doubt.
There are forces building currently in this empire, seeking to steal what power lies within it. We must bandy the strongest of our warriors together, and that will require all of us, you included. There will come a day where individual actions will fade to the tapestry, where history will be retold in these moments, in great battles, in great wars. We are in one of those tapestries right now, Lord Shinjo. It is high time we start acting like it.
If time for war comes, which it very much has, with the War of the Crab to the south. But if there are those here amongst the clans that live in the north of the Empire, such as some of those Lion, who now seem to not be acknowledging the Empress's rule, then I shall sit upon my horse. I will draw my sword, and I will cut down the enemies of the Empire.
I think I smile when he says that, and maybe laugh a little bit. And I say, it will be an honor to slay our enemies side by side one day.
The audio's died again, I think.
Oh no!
Fuck off. Get the fuck.
Can you hear us again?
I can hear you again.
Okay.
Oh,
I said that.
Wait, no, he's not there. Wait, there.
No.
Is he gone?
Damn it.
Oh man.
Did he miss that old beautiful speech?
I don't think so. I think he heard it.
No.
Andy, are you there? Oh, I see his face. He's not in the Discord.
Gotta love it.
I tried to write it word for word, but ends up he just state that there are those within the Unicorn Clan whose ties to the throne aren't as strong as his own, and he says good riddance to those who don't stand for the Empress. Kurakama with a badass speech.
Oh, thanks, dude. Discord.
I've got to find a way to make these notebooks on World Anvil publicly viewed.
So, in the meantime,
In the meantime, how are you feeling about everything? How is Kuro? I guess Kuro doesn't really know everything that's going on yet.
Oh no, not yet.
Andy?
Not yet. Andy?
I'm going to, I don't know, try and save some internet here by maybe
If you have
reducing
to, sacrifice the video.
the quality of the Twitch stream. Yep. Hopefully Kaylee kicks the kids to bed.
Mashy agrees with me. Sacrifice the video. No audio only.
How do I do audio only on the desktop?
No, just like go for the Discord and just sacrifice the video.
Like not
suggestion.
have the stream open at all.
Yes,
I just have the stream on chat.
Okay, yeah,
that's my suggestion. Is to sacrifice the video for audio.
That'll save some bandwidth. Okay, you guys can keep me updated on what's happening in the chat then.
Okay. So what was the last thing that you heard me say? You heard me tell him everything, and then I said, I look forward to slaying the enemies of the Empire side by side with you in the future.
Then that's all I'm asking, because, before that he'd said he'd be on his horse with his sword drawn, killing the enemies in the Empire, and that was your response. Yeah. That's all I really missed. He nods his head. I have a feeling that in the war that is brewing across the Empire at this moment, that Kin will have to slay Kin at some point. I hear that is already occurring within the Crab clans.
The smile immediately kind of like fades when I think about Hida, and I just kind of nod and I say, it is true. The Crab clan is bleeding.
While I mentioned that those who have been murdered within Unicorn provinces are not loyal to the Emperor, I don't feel that the clan champion, the Khan of the Unicorn clan, would have bothered sending magistrates to investigate if these deaths had been occurring at the hands of the clan itself.
Oh boy.
I don't believe that the Empress or the Emerald Champion would have sent Emerald magistrates to investigate if the throne had anything to do with these deaths. Do you know who within the Empire kills its enemies in shadow?
I kind of grimace, and I can think of one, maybe two.
I believe that my clan's source of woes at this moment are the helpful hands of the Scorpion clan.
That's what I was worried he was going to say. These are heavy accusations. I assume that you would not level such without evidence. I'm not saying that in a threatening tone. I'm just asking.
I have no evidence, only speculation.
I would presume to ask you keep such speculation between confidential parties. We don't want to start any more trouble within the Empire than already exists until we know for sure what's wrong. If it is the truth, then we will do whatever it is necessary, but let's not cause problems before the problems can be killed by us, right?
I believe that the magistrate from my clan who are currently investigating in the city have come to a similar conclusion.
Might I speak to these magistrates?
I am not one of them, although as far as the clan goes within the city of the Rich Frog, I am one of the senior most members of the Unicorn clan situated in the city. And so the magistrates, out of respect, like to keep me apprised of their investigation.
Ambition is a spiteful thing. But it is good that your clan has been able to set yours aside. I cannot speak for any member of my clan, for my interests have always been to the throne. However, I will say that the Crane and the Unicorn have just about always gotten along as far as I understand it. And is that right?
Yeah.
Okay,
he'll nod to that.
I would see that we represent that treatise even now. You are a good man and an honorable warrior. I would see that whatever information you have gathered, whatever information your magistrates have gathered, be put to use.
I will try and keep you appraised of any information that I gain from this point forward.
I'm sorry. It was chat.
Then yeah, I think that's we probably just start talking about, you know, whatever it is Bushi would talk about, whatever small talk is for them after that point, if he doesn't have anything to outright tell me, waiting for the rest of my friends to get back.
Kuro, yeah. You go get Rin, who's a little bit drunk and a little bit sickly.
It's okay, buddy. It's chunky. I know. It's chunky. I know.
You catch up with Bato, who waited exactly where you left him, and he proceeds the journey towards the Sippy Couple.
Can you set my companion on your horse? I don't want him to throw up on me.
He looks at Rin. I'm afraid that my horse doesn't carry anyone who can't carry themselves in its saddle.
Fair enough. Can I just pick Rin up and just like hoist him up, like one hand on my shoulder?
Over
just
your
like,
shoulder?
all right, fucking buddy. Yeah, just like, all right, buddy.
You might need both arms, but yeah, you can definitely sling him over your shoulder.
I mean, Rin's not heavy.
Oh, Rin's pretty big.
Oh, he's a tall guy though. Oh,
And he's pretty broad and yeah, he's pretty.
Okay. Fine. Oh, all right. Yeah, I'll just. Ugh.
Yeah, he's pretty thick for a Shugenja.
Okay, buddy, we're putting you on a rice diet.
No
more sucking for you.
He'll get over it. It'll be fine. We'll get him some tea once we get to the sippy cup.
Sippy Kapu.
He walks with you. Eventually, you get to the tea house. He hitches his horse up to the front before sort of sliding the door open to let you step in with Rin. By this point, there isn't too many people left in the tea house. You can see one group of unicorn samurai having a conversation, and you can see a table where Kurokami is currently talking to a singular unicorn.
I'm going to set Rin down right on that table while they're having their conversation. Like, not going to knock over their teacups or anything, but just set them down, like off to the side. Like, hey, buddy, take care of Rin real quick, and I'm going to go to talk to the barkeep, flash my Emerald Magistrate sign, and be like, I need everybody out of here for important business. And I slide them to Koku to make it happen.
As you're over towards the tea house keeper, you can hear Bato behind you. Lord Sinjo, seems that I've caught you enjoying a conversation with a friend. You can hear the samurai that Kurokami is currently talking to going, what is the meaning of you arriving in the presence of a lion?
I turn around. I'm just looking like, excuse me?
The unicorn magistrate very quickly. My lord, he is one of the emerald magistrates who have been sent to the city. And your friend here, the crane, who is he? Shinjo. Lord Kurokami here is also an Emerald Magistrate.
I look at Kurokami like, what does he mean by a lion? Like, I'm giving you the eyes like, what does he mean by that?
It seems that the Lion Clan have had a series of run-ins in the town of the Rich Frog, Akodo-san. It seems that our friend here just had to teach a lesson to a couple of unruly lions. Your clan is brash. No wonder they make such honorable warriors. You can always rely on them to do the honorable thing.
I narrow my eyes. What are you getting at?
Your friend means that I left 3 of your clan members with marks that will always remind them of the moment.
Well, as long as it was an honorable duel, I don't see no harm in that.
I made certain of it, Akodo-san. He took on 3, one after another, and I gesture with the wide eyes.
Bravo. Would you like a rounding ovation from me?
I expect nothing from a lion. But I'm surprised with the current goings-on that there is a member of the Akodo family within the magistrates sent to this city.
And I'm surprised that you keep being disrespectful to me, knowing of my position.
He stands up and slowly sort of walks around the floor table where you have been drinking tea. You notice that he leaves his sword on the floor as he walks towards Kuro.
I'll meet him halfway.
You're Akodo Ryu's son?
Indeed. I know that the unicorn like to do handshakes when introducing one another to each other. But judging from your tone and how you was blatantly disrespectful before, I'm assuming that there will be no polite gestures between us.
You're correct. The rumour that spread around resulting in me dishing out that lesson to the 3 members of the Lion Clan suggests that you're here to encourage rebellion against the Emperors. Just as he says this is probably the point when Kisho and Shiro get back to the tea house.
Are you suggesting that I wish to betray the Empress? I'll have your head here if you ever say that lie to me again.
I'm reiterating what a few others within the tavern had said. Clearly that must be untrue if you're an Emerald Magistrate. But I don't see me apologising to any of the 3 lions anytime soon.
It was an honorable duel. No need to apologize. I need you to apologize, however, on the fact that you think I'm here to betray the Empress. That is what the apology needs to be for.
Then, Lord Akodo, I sincerely apologise for any insult that I may have given you by reiterating the rumour that I heard.
See, now we can all be friends. Isn't that wonderful? Akodo, come, we'll have tea. Shira.
Who spread
Shisho.
this rumor?
Oh.
I want to know how it started.
Oh boy.
I dismiss you straight through.
I just like suddenly speak up and I say, "Those whose lips cannot be stopped." And I look right at
I
Keisho.
had whips at Keisho.
Be mad if you must, but follow me first. And then you can do what you will.
If this doesn't quell my rage, just know I'm going to have your head, friend or not.
Very well.
Shall we all go then?
Yep.
This is the entire wall. I am pissed. My eyebrows are wrinkled up. I'm balling my fist. My veins are popping out. I got like a slight nosebleed. That's how angry I am.
Okay. Is this a conversation between Emerald Magistrates?
Yes, it is.
Then
I popped the
back
buzz.
to take a seat. We'll have a drink while the Emerald Magistrates have their conversation.
Each show is going to lead everybody back to that lovely alley.
At that alley, seeing that it's a dead way in, can I roll an investigation to see what the hell he's wanting me to see? Or like anything they might have missed?
Yep.
Oh, yeah, hell yeah. Give us that big brain of Kodo.
Mm-hmm.
You about to catch a big brain of Kodo fish.
You didn't see shit!
Nah,
Yeah.
I'm angry.
Unless you guys even point out the carving on the wooden post, he doesn't even notice that.
Once they get into the alleyway and it's just them, Keisho is going to take off his mask and walk up to the carving in the post and point it out.
Oh wait, this is the first time I see him without his mask on.
Yes, it is. So I've got Dev Patel, but with half his face scarred.
You must forgive me, because now I'm thinking of ways on how to make the other side match it.
Can I have Shinigami sniff around?
Yep.
Oh yeah. It just dawned on me that he's got a nose that might be able to detect stuff that we can't.
Shinigami can give me a investigation roll.
There's no better way to bring out the parties we're looking for than to dangle bait. when
And
you
by
da-
dangling bait, you mean dishonoring me, my family, my clan.
Okay.
Blatantly.
Keisho puts his hand under the sigil once again.
Your clan has already done that for itself. I was simply telling others.
As you point out the sigil, like the massive furry form of the wolf sort of pushes past your leg, and you can see him sniffing along the bottom of the wall where that post is.
Can I kick it just like out of anger? Like, move, kick.
Oh, if you hit my
Give
leg,
me
I'm
an
gonna cut
off.
your fucking leg off.
I'm not talking about the dog, I'm talking about
Okay.
the wood. Like, ooh, ooh.
Give me an athletics roll, Kuro.
Now John Wick starts!
Oh, I can do this great. I have a 4.
Let's go.
As the wolf sort of moves past, like, it stops off to the side of that particular segment of wall, and then Kuro sort of puts a big boot against the wall, and it crumples, almost as if it was a rice paper door.
We're going to investigate this, but we're not done. And I march straight in, sword drawn.
Oh.
Oh wow.
Shinigami, go get the unicorn.
I'm marching straight through. I'm pissed.
They know how to
Keisho-
deal with
Dude,
animals.
I got Doom Slayer music playing. Like I'm admitting Doom Slayer music. As I just
So, instead of leading into a house, this particular segment of wall leads into what looks like it should be another bit of alleyway. But there are a set of stairs that are loosely covered that lead down underneath the city.
Going straight down, not even stop, sword drawn, just do music animating, and I'm just like, oh no, I need to put a stop to this now. I got ass to kick, names to take, in that order.
Mm-hmm. Ass to take, names to kick.
Okay, what are the rest of you?
Kisho's following right behind him.
Yep.
Oh,
I
yeah.
tell Shinigami to go get the unicorn for backup, just in case there's a whole fucking ton of them, but yeah.
You follow Kuro down the stairs. It takes you into a set of tunnels beneath the city. Natural caverns that have been formed. You can hear rushing water through the echoing caves. There are clearly underwater springs that run through the city. Some of the wells in the city probably link into them. Can I get investigation rolls from everyone down here?
Okay, big brain time. Come on.
Yes.
I know you're angry, but focus that rage. You gotta. Yeah, you're angry. I got it, cool. You gotta get your head in the game. You gotta get. No.
Are you singing that song? Oh my gosh, that's amazing.
I tried to hype myself up for this role. I was like,
How do you?
you gotta get your head in the game. You gotta get
Okay, so it's dark under here. Presumably some of you will take time to light lanterns. But Kisho, they're very small and they're very subtle. Easily overlooked by the three of your companions. But you can make out a few more of these symbols. It's the chrysanthemum with the lion head in it, but it's also in the shape of a war fan. And you can see that the handle of the war fan is pointing in different directions in these tunnels. Every time you find one, it points in a different direction. And presumably that is how this particular group maneuver around underneath the city.
And it's only the lion symbol in war fan is what we're seeing.
Yep.
Okay.
Or the chrysanthemum lion, that new symbol that you've seen in
As they're going, Keisha will make a point of pointing that out to everybody and helping them see it, so they're
Okay, great. Now that I know where to go, I am marching straight ahead, just following it through the little trail where it's like, okay, somebody needs to die so I could get unpissed. Like I got a nosebleed right now. I'm angry. Oh, I got a one keep one. Oh, thank you, Hayes. Thank you. I'm going to use it against Chuck.
Mm-hmm.
I'm saving it for Chuck.
Cool. Okay. The group of you make your way through these tunnels.
I got my backup ready. I'm ready.
Eventually you start to hear muffled voices. Off in the distance. You can't make out what they're saying. But you can hear the voices muffled.
I'm charging for it now. I'm full battle mode, just
He shows the Kate pace behind him.
As you travel forward, it looks like they're the foundations of some of the buildings, maybe cellars, basements to some of the houses or other buildings that are within the city. Oddly, they have Gaijin-style doors on them, which is some of the unicorn use them on some of their more solid structures if they're not living in yurts and things like that. And you can see some light coming through gaps in the door, and you can hear the voices a lot more clearly.
Can I put my size 12 boot in it?
Kick the door open?
Yeah.
Yeah. Give me an athletics roll.
I can definitely do that for you.
Can I stop him before, so maybe we can overhear something?
No, too late. 41.
Jesus Christ, there's no stopping that.
You go to put your hand on his shoulder, and like Kuro's already thrown his entire weight into that kick, and the door sort of almost comes off the hinges as it flies in. You come into this cellar room where there's lanterns that are sort of lighting it. There are 6 lion bushi in this room. You recognize one of them as being the younger of the lions that was made an example of at the tea house. There are 5 other lion bushi of various ages, but one of the lion bushi in this room has a fairly fresh looking, it's only like just scabbed over, cut across his face, going from the top of his forehead, across his nose, and all the way down to his jawline, and partially onto his throat.
I want to cut down the first one I can get my hands on.
Those of you that remember, Kisho, as you remember the lion conversation in the tea house, this one matches the description of the one that you heard that Amatsu made an example of.
Yeah.
As the door is kicked open, they'll start to draw katanas, and initiative now must be rolled.
Oh.
Okay.
All right.
Fuck that. Let's listen in stuff. Y'all made me mad. Chucky's gonna get it next. Chuck is like the kid from The Simpsons. I'm in danger.
In danger.
Oh, that was a low roll.
He says, rolling higher than me.
Oh, dude, that's low for me, dude. I'm supposed to go fast.
Oh wait, I have to select my token.
I
keep forgetting to. I keep forgetting to do that. Oh yeah, first. I'm angry. I'm angry. My anger fuel my dice.
He's so angry.
Okay, let's arrange this by fate. I'm gonna have the roll for some unicorn. Like unicorn wine.
I was like, oh, the reinforcements. Cool. This is going to be a really big fucking battle. Get ready, everybody.
It's not about to be.
I'm going to go grab the outside of our dice.
Hey.
Could you be someone is going to die? I plan on leaving only one of these fools alive. And then I'm going to turn my attention to Chuck.
Mm-hmm.
Chuck is just like, oh no, I'm in danger.
Joe's in the corner writing his death poetry.
Oh, to be a scorpion among summer blossoms. Forever flee. It's gonna be like the siege from Star Wars. You were my brother, Chuck. I trusted you. I trusted you.
You turned her against me.
You have done that yourself.
Yes. That's it. Nope, we're doing it. We're gonna do a Revenge of the Sith script read through.
Oh, I'm down.
Let's do it.
I'll pick a character and do
No, don't do it, Kuro. I have the high ground.
Don't try.
I can just imagine Girl throwing himself in the air, fucking spinning, just like, ah!
Okay, Kuro.
Bro,
You are
so quick question about the Matsu Fear thing. Is that an action?
the technique. Let me double check.
So, because it says the target of a Matsu Fury has little hope of victory. When you assume full attack stance, which is instantly what he's going into, choose an opponent within 30 feet. If you successfully hit him this turn, that target is frozen with fear and cannot move. Actions to move from this current position. During reaction stage, an affected opponent may attempt a willpower roll against a TN equal to the amount of damage dealt, which is going to be high, from your latest attack to mitigate the effects of this technique. If he fails, the effect of this technique ends during the next reaction stage, the second after he was struck. Enemies who are immune to fear cannot be affected by this technique. I can also, I already read it in my sword, so I don't need to bring that up.
Yeah, so it happens when you make an attack in a full attack stance.
Full attack stance. Who's the biggest looking guy? The one who got the scar going across?
Yeah, the one that's got a big cut across his face.
Oh, I have to hit him first. That's fine. If I kill him, I kill him.
There are at least 5 other samurai in front of you.
Okay, so the first one. No, I'm not gonna fear him because I don't know if I can keep using it over and over again. Can I?
Yeah, that's random. Choose an opponent. Yeah, you.
I can just keep applying it over and over.
Only whenever you assume the attack. So if you go in attack stance now and don't come out of it, you can't use it again.
Every time I switch out of it.
Yeah.
Gotcha. So yeah, the first guy RRP, because I'm gonna use the Matsu Fear thing on him, and I'm going to step up and try to cleave him in 2, and I'm gonna make a raise on that.
Okay. Does that for increased damage?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And here goes my Kenjutsu with emphasis.
Oh yeah.
Okay, that is a hit.
And I get to add a 1 keep to that, right? 1 keep 1? Or is this just a 1 keep?
1 keep 0 for increased damage.
Okay. Did I roll that right? Yes, I did.
Yeah.
Okay, so add that 1 keep. Here comes the damage.
16. Okay. Minus his armor.
This is the first time I haven't killed somebody in 1 hit. I'm happy.
Yep, you bring your sword down on the youngest looking of all the lions in here, who's closest to the door. He's wearing decent armor. You cut across him, leaving another sizable cut on this guy.
After that, I'm just going to roar with like pure rage. I'm battle crying.
Angry Kuro.
Angry.
He's angry.
Me no talk. Me angry. I'm stealing what you posted. So me no talk. Me angry.
Andy, I forgot something. I get to add 10 to my initiative rolls because of my school. I get to add double my Aijutsu skill rank to all my initiative rolls. I always forget about that. I upgraded my Aijutsu at the start of the session to 5, so that's a plus 10.
So you're 31.
Yeah. So just in case it matters, because that other guy's 21, I figured I should probably point that out at this point.
Yeah, because technically you're not faster than him if you were only 21, but now that you're 31, you are.
Fantastic. I am going to move in onto Akoto's side and strike out at the other guy that he did not try to kill.
Okay.
I'm going to take a raise to increase the damage as well.
Okay, what stance are you currently?
I'm in just standard water.
Water stance. Okay.
I'm big Ingy. I'm saving that one keep one for you, Chuck. You think I'm joking? I'm serious.
Oh, no, I'm sure you are. Oh no.
Keisho is going to get it. Keisho has it coming.
Okay. With the raise to increase your damage, you do not hit.
Damn.
Or more along the lines of you do hit, but your sword just sort of scrapes across the armor that the samurai is wearing without
forgot
doing
to
any,
add the
any
2 keep
damage.
2. Did I forget to add the 2 keep 2 or no? No, probably not. Did I forget to add the 2 keep 2 because I'm faster than him? I think I did. Yes, I did.
I think that's all factored into your attack roll, yeah.
Okay. Oh, yes, it is. It is plugged in.
Yeah.
Okay, so I did not hit him. Damn
No.
it. Okay.
Your sword just scrapes across, peels some of the enameling on the samurai armor off, but doesn't do any real damage. The big lion is
Would he not recognize me as the daimyo's son?
Yep. Doesn't mean he's not going to try and murder you.
Fair enough.
Way of the Lion. Okay. You may either ignore a portion of opponent's armor TN derived from armor, gain a free raise when you attack.
I can't wait till I can keep attacking twice per sure.
Okay. Okay. The big lion, the one with the big scar across his face. He's going to go around the side towards Kurokami instead of Kuro. And he is going to strike at Kurokami with a katana.
Oh no.
Nine, 18, 27, 30.
Oof. Can I spend a void point to reduce his hit on me or only on damage?
You spend a void point to reduce damage by 10.
So
which you might want to do, because with the way of the lion, he is going to ignore. What is it he ignores? He would have been ignoring your armor.
Okay, yeah, I'm definitely gonna spend bonus. The void point.
Yeah, or more like your armor adds 5 points to your armor TN. He was ignoring that +5 from your.
So the 30 so you just had to hit 20. Oh, wow.
Yeah, 30 is definitely a hit.
Okay, got it.
Yeah, I could have chose to make a free raise instead.
I know.
Of that,
I thought that you were gonna do it too. I was like, this guy's gonna be a motherfucker. He's just gonna come in and raffle stop me. But okay.
Damage.
Thank you, Andy.
Katana. Damage. Plus strength. Ooh. 27 damage.
Oh god. Is that
minus whatever your... Minus the 10 from the void point.
So 17.
17, and then whatever your armor reduction is.
3.
3. So
14.
14 damage.
Ow.
Yeah.
Oh fuck!
You see, he already said when you kicked the door in that they all drew their weapons. So he moved round and then sort of took this very heavy swipe at Kurokami, leaving a gash across your torso, as if the armor meant nothing to him.
I cry out in pain.
He's not quite at rank 3 yet, so he can't make a second attack. Cool. Shiba.
Yeah, I'm just gonna kind of take in my surroundings here. I'm gonna roll from my full defense, and ooh, look at that.
18.
Yeah. And then I also am going to position myself in front of Kisho and use my free action guard.
Okay. Oh, so you're guarding Kisho and taking a defensive stance.
Yeah. What is the armor bonus for heavy armor?
Heavy armor.
So I got mine listed. So the base TN. So for me, my base TN is 20. Yeah.
Plus 10.
And then the armor
Heavy
reduction
armor.
is 5.
Yep.
But
So
any
you're
agility or reflex rolls are increased by 5 as well.
5. Yeah. So yeah, your armor TN is increased. The armor bonus is increased to 10 for that. And your reduction is 5 now. For
Okay.
getting the heavy armor. So you're ridiculously hard to hit at the moment.
Jesus.
Yeah, I'm at 34 at the moment.
Holy crap.
Jeez.
And my base TN's only 15, so.
The upside of the way the lion, like the Akodo bushy style, is like that plus 10 you get from the heavy armor. This guy would have just ignored that if he went for you.
Oh man.
Gotcha. But yeah, that's what I'm doing. Full defense mode. Grabbing my boy Kisho.
Cool. Kisho?
Yeah, Kisho is just gonna, stand behind him.
Just hide.
Yep.
Okay, cool. We're also going into a full defense stance. Is that a yes or no?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, so you also need to roll your defense skill. Untrained horsemanship.
Kisho's not there. Why?
You just see the horse just drop through the ceiling, the fucking flaming mane. There goes scorpion tail.
No, I'm more so imagining you just hop on his back. He's just like, yeah.
Reroll it with your defense. There we go, 12.
Yep.
So your armor TN is temporarily increased by 6.
I'll take it.
I just thought of the Sorry, go ahead.
Unlike Shiru, you have to keep re-rolling that every round that you're in. You choose full defense. Yep. But plus 6 is okay, especially if you're also currently hiding behind the beefiest member of the party.
You get a +5 from me, so.
Yeah, so you're plus
Jesus.
11 in total at the moment this turn, which is pretty good. Now there are 4 lions about to unleash the fury. They are clan samurai, so they will have techniques. I'm going to just go off the bat and say that they are all trained in the way of the Akodo, which means armor-wise, you guys are going to have a nasty, nasty time. So not all of them are showing their leaders, lack of interest in the head of the clan, or the son of the head in the clan. and 2 of them are most definitely going to attack Kuro.
Come on, I already got one just stuck here.
So
Just use him as a meat shield on the end of your sword.
Extra 1 keep one. They are choosing to ignore your armor bonus to your TN, so 14. 19?
14?
19 in total. Yep.
No, sir.
Just in this. So yeah, you managed to like move out of the way. The first katana that comes swinging towards you. The second one. Oh, that is not as lucky for you. And 20, 24, 2 of those are exploding.
I heard exploding.
33.
Nah,
40.
I get it.
Yeah.
I only have 1 void point left. I don't want to have to reduce damage so early.
18. 21 damage.
Yeah, no, I'm using my void point.
Okay, so minus 10 from the void point, minus 5 from your heavy armor.
So 11 minus 5, 6. Yeah, I'm fine with that.
21 minus 15, 6. Yeah, 6 damage.
Jesus.
Yep. Again, these samurai are treating your armor as if it is no hindrance to their strikes towards your vitals. The other 2 lions, they can see that Shibashiru is going to be a problem. So they are also going to opt to ignore your heavy armor bonus to your TN. So they are looking for a 24 to hit you. So the first one on you. That was a pretty shit roll. 13, 18. That is not going to hit. You're able to easily parry that sword blow of your own and move slightly off to the side. The second one is going to come in. 17. Just hit. So the second one has hit you. But only just. For 8, 14, 17 damage. Well, minus 5 from your heavy armor, so 12 damage.
Okay.
I take it you're not spending void points. Oh, you put it in the wrong area. It's the first box that says wounds that you put your current wounds
okay.
at.
That makes more sense.
Yeah. But yeah, you're not suffering any wound penalties or anything. Yeah, you're a tough motherfucker. Your earth ring is pretty decent. Cool. And then the little lion.
Isn't that the one I hit?
Yeah, that's the one you hit, and so he is also going to attack you. Also trained in the way of the Akodo.
He couldn't move if he wanted to. He's scared.
He is scared, so I have to make a willpower test on him. Against the damage that you did, which was
16.
16. Okay, so willpower. He's only got 2 dice for this. 13. So yeah, he is trembling. You can see the sword shaking in his hand. He doesn't quite know what to do in this situation. And we're back to the top. So Kuro.
Doesn't Kurokami get the initiation bonus thing?
He's not doing his kata. So
okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I just double checking. So with the little one that's scared, shaking his boots that already hit, I'm gonna go for his neck this time.
Yep.
Alrighty. So rolling for his neck. That is a emphasis.
Okay. Yep, that's a hit.
That's the damage. There we go. There's my damage rolls.
Oh.
Yep. You You slice the head off of the young lion samurai that's in this room.
I'm gonna give another roar and turn to the next guy, the guy that hit me. Just roar and turn, just as the doom music continues to play.
Okay.
Actually, can I make a double attack? I saw Kurakami doing those before. I know it's like with raises.
Yeah, you would have had to have made that attack at
a raise with it.
A raise, yeah.
All right. I just didn't know how that one worked. So that's what I'm saying.
Okay, so Kurokami. Yeah, it might save you this turn.
They're gonna keep you alive.
No, you're all kind of clustered together in the melee now. So yeah, you're free to attack anyone that's within range, essentially. What are you aiming to do with the attack? You don't need to make for a regular attack. You don't need to make any raises. Oh, because you took damage. That's based on how much damage you've taken. So if you go to your information tab on your character sheet, 14.
The penalty, right?
The TN is increased by +3. You're on that lower. No. Yeah, you're nicked at the moment. So yeah,
Muted. Derek, chat saying you're muted.
Thank you, chat. Thank you, Chuck. Appreciate you guys.
Yeah, you're only nicked at the minute, so it only makes it a little bit harder for you.
Good now? Yes, no. Is he good?
So nobody heard me shout out my wife or Mash or Chuck or everybody. Well, shout outs to all those people for being wonderful and giving stuff. Thank you. We love you guys.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah,
we're good.
They should be able to hear me now.
Okay, they got you.
There's a delay.
No. Yep. Oh my god.
Okay, so Aijutsu roll +1, keep 1. Or not Aijutsu, Kenjutsu. Let's get this bread.
Yes, sir.
That is most definitely a hit.
Hell yeah. Okay, I should have taken the fucking damage raise. Oh well. And damage, I get to do this little guy with it. Why can't I see my damage die? There it is. Okay.
I have to like make mine bigger so I can see all of it.
Okay, I'm good with that.
I see you're keeping up with my damage. I like that. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Real, recognize real.
Thank you guys. Thank you so much. I felt much better.
Okay. 6 damage. Okay, I'm going to spend one of his void points on that one. Okay. That was a massive chunk of damage that he's just taken. But,
yeah, so I think that when he like hits me and like whips me around on the side with his like overwhelming blow, I just like twist my big fuck off sword around and like backhanded swing all my weight into it, as Akodo taught me. Just throw everything, trying to like cleave him from shoulder to hip. Obviously, it doesn't happen, but that's what I tried to do.
You gotta put everything behind that swing.
Yeah. Gotta put your entire weight behind it.
I'm
learning. Okay. Yeah, he's hurting. Like the big guy's wearing heavy armor, and that you still feel your sword cut cleanly across muscle and flesh as you swipe at him. Let's see. And which, despite it being 21 damage that he took in total, that is nicked for him.
Oh god.
Wow.
Big beefy boy.
I need to work on my earth rolls next so I can get beefy.
Cool. But yeah, you see the blood and stuff sort of seep through that kind of creamy gold color that a lot of lions tend to favor wearing underneath the armor. But it is now his turn, and he is not going to be pleased.
I got you. My bad, Bashi.
So again, Way of the Lion.
I have the power of God and my wife on my side.
Okay, so he doesn't get the bonus one keep one anymore because it's not his first turn of combat to attacks, but he still gets to either choose to ignore your armor or take a free raise. I think this time I'm going to take the free raise and opt to go for increased damage with that. I'm also going to use the rank 2 Akodo ability, Strength of Purity, where although this guy doesn't have much in the way of honor left, he still has a little bit, enough to add an extra +3 to this roll.
Can y'all save my boy?
So
I'm gonna die.
7. Attack roll, I need to be 25. Ooh, I think you're a lucky boy here, Derek. 10, 14, and 18. Yeah, that is a miss. He's it would have I forgot the +3, 21, which is still not enough. He sort of growls at you, and in the growl he sort of mutters something about how he's serving the true Empress, and keep in mind those words, Empress of Rokugan, and swings at you, gripping the katana quite firmly two-handed, but he swings a little bit too heavily, and you can kind of see the blow coming, and you're able to just about maneuver back to avoid the tip of the katana even making contact with your armor.
When I come back up, I'm smiling, thinking that I knocked him. He is now like angry, so he's gonna make stupid moves.
Yes, that's the word of the day, Engi.
Shiro.
Come here. Don't turn on the light.
Yeah, I think I'm going to keep my roll.
Yeah.
And basically continue what I'm doing, but I am going to look back over my shoulder and say, "Can you make yourself useful?" as I'm parrying attacks and doing my thing.
Cool. Okay. Isho. Shiro is asked nicely.
Sorry, I had a goblin interruption. Right. What's left in front of me? Who's the? No, we're gonna pull out the bow and take a shot.
Okay. You're trying to shoot past the companion in fairly close combat, so it's going to make this roll a bit more difficult for you. But you can.
I will dump my 2 keep 2 into it then that I've got.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Are you sure about that?
You've got Kyujutsu 3, so you can actually draw and string a bow and like as a free action or something like that. It's ridiculous. Yeah. Attack roll, please.
Woo!
Let's go.
Yep. That's enough to get the arrow over Shiro's shoulder and into one of the 2 lion samurai that are currently attacking him. So, roll damage, please.
And the 2 keep 2 are only for the attack roll, not the damage roll, correct?
Yeah, they're only for the attack roll, yeah.
Okay.
Oh.
Nice thunk. That was wet.
37. -5 from heavy armor. That is 32 points. Okay. This lion is grazed 1 point off of being properly hurt, so he's increasing all of his target numbers by 5. Cool. The lions are now up. So the first one on Shiro, who's at -5, who's on a +5 to his roll. He is going to stick with that first option for Way of the Lion, where he's going to ignore your armor TN.
As he should.
So he needs 24. Well, he still needs 29 to try and hit you, though. He's not going to make that. That's an 8. 12. 16. Yeah. Like the arrow now sticking out of his shoulder kind of throws him off. You can see that his blows are getting a little bit clumsy now. But the second lion who is on you is also going to try and follow through. Enju, again, using the armor, ignoring 1. And he only does need 24, so that's 10, 18, 27, plus it's bloody. 34.
Oof.
Even if he wasn't ignoring your armor, that would have still been enough to hit you. So damage. Plus it's bloody.
Don't make noises like that.
23 minus your armor reduction, 18 damage.
Yeah, we're gonna go ahead and make that 8 damage.
Yep, that's perfectly fair. Cool. Yeah.
Right, so
the other one is being clumsy because of the arrow sticking out of his shoulder. This second one is kind of taking advantage of the unpredictability now of his companion, and he's able to get his katana through a gap in your armor. You can feel the sting as it cuts through flesh. The two lions who are on Kuro. 7, 14. 22 on that first one. That's not enough to hit, even ignoring your armor TN bonus. Second. That's an even worse roll. 15, 21. Yeah.
I'm just weaving in and out as the lightning is just.
You're avoiding the blows from these two. Quite skillfully. And we're back up to Kuro.
Alright. So I need to leave one of them alive. I'll let you guys worry about that. I'm Engi. Kuro's not going to worry about that right now. Yeah, so I want to go for the next guy's neck. Like I wanted to.
Okay. Yep. One of the other two samurai on you. Go for the neck. That is a hit. That is damage. Going for the neck, so you're ignoring the armor reduction. It's full on 29. Okay. That's a serious blow. You can see blood and stuff starting to pull at the guy's throat underneath the armor. He still seems to be very much standing and able to fight. but it is a very serious blow that you've landed there.
Surrender. I growl it. Surrender. Roar XD.
Roar XD.
Can I get an intimidation roll on that too? The surrender
no.
growl?
No.
Damn.
No. Kurokami?
I am going to do maybe not the smartest thing, but I definitely think it's the Kurokami thing. I'm going to go into the full attack stance and make an all-out attack on the big guy.
Okay.
So
You
that's
still got 2 damage reductions, Derek.
true.
So even if you get hit, you'll survive.
So
He's got 2 damage reductions, and one of his advantages means that the first time during a story arc that he would be reduced to 0 or maximum wounds, he's instead just treated as unconscious instead of dead.
Indeed.
Okay, 32. That is a hit.
Okay. And full attack doesn't do anything for damage, just the attack roll.
Just the attack roll.
Fantastic.
Ooh.
Nice.
Is there a way I can slap a void point to make that more damage, or does it not work that way?
No. The only weapon that you can spend a void point on to increase
Regular
the damage
katana, not a no dodge.
is a regular katana, yeah.
Got it.
It's 34, knocking 5 off of that from the armor. 29. I'm gonna spend another void point and knock that down to 19. Still a lot though, so that's fair. 48. He's hanging on there. He is very badly injured. He's crippled in terms of wound level, but he is refusing to give up the fight.
I imagine that I'm like wielding my sword backwards from the same stance as last turn. So as I like flip it around and do like an overarching swish, I scream "Death to the False Empress."
Yeah.
Okay. And then his turn. He sort of spits blood at you. He's shifting into the sort of full attack, and he's going to, take a wild, furious swing at you in an attempt to end your life. I am going to make 2 raises on this, both of which are to increase the damage.
Okay.
On top of that, I'm going to take the 3 raise that he gets to also increase the damage.
He is going for blood.
He is definitely out for blood. So that's 10, 16, 21, 36. 37, 38.
Good son is good son, and you got a damage reduction.
Jesus Christ.
Another one?
Chad, I love you
That's
so
3.
much.
He might not even hit though. I'm going to jump to your information page. 38. 35. No, his win penalties have actually hindered him.
Yep.
There we go.
Thank you, Chat. I love you so much.
He throws all of his weight into it in one last sort of desperate attempt to try and kill at least one of you. Knowing that he's probably going to die fairly soon. And like the amount of blood that's now pouring out of him, his blows are quite slow and sluggish. He sort of slams the katana down and you easily sort of move out of the way of it. And slams it hard into the ground, leaving a very deep gash in the floor, showing the sheer amount of force that he was putting into the swing. Shiro.
Oh boy. Do I want to try and hit somebody? I think I do.
Oh, he's going out of the defense.
I know, right? I only have 2 modes, okay? Full defense or full attack. There's only 2. All right, let's
Do it, Will. Be a hero.
All right. Did it work? I didn't hear the thing.
I didn't. Oh, there it goes.
Oh, there it goes. 29.
Yeah. You have hit.
For 15.
Okay, 10 damage. Are you hitting the one that has the arrow sticking out?
The
of it?
arrow, yeah.
7. Okay, he's still standing, but he's in a really, really bad shape. Yeah, he is also crippled.
Just because I like to mess with people, I just slap the arrow.
Yeah, it's just like
I'm just like parrying. I'm just like parrying attacks, and then I just like slap the arrow with the side of my sword.
drive it deeper into the shoulder.
Yeah.
Ow.
Okay, Keisha.
So there's the 2 left, correct?
There's still 5 lion samurai in this room. 3 of them are injured. And 2 of them are quite badly injured, but 2 of them are still uninjured.
I thought I killed one.
No,
You
he's
killed the
hanging on.
little one.
Oh yeah, you did kill the little one. That's right.
Yeah. Which case there's actually 5 lions still in this room. 2 of them are uninjured and 3 of them are hurt.
We're just gonna shoot an arrow at that one who is knocking on heaven's door over there. Fucking.
Oh, yep. Finish him off. Make Shido's life a little easier.
Yep. 2.
Okay, that is just a hit.
Oh, thank God.
Shoot Will by accident.
Don't do that.
Shoots Will in the back. Yeah.
Right?
No. That's not even enough to finish this guy off.
Oh, he's in agony. Oh Jesus.
Shido, you can see another arrow barely make it past your shoulder armor, and it barely sinks in. Like most of the shaft is still hanging out of the guy at the front.
Sorry. Shaft hanging out of the guy in the front.
Wow.
That guy is suffering.
Sorry. I'm
Suffering.
Lion boys, this first one, taking a swing at Shido. PN's increased by 20 because of the injuries. I don't see this. Nah. Yeah. 27. But he needs to hit like 44 because of his wounds. No. He clumsily swings at you, Shido. Bleeding, in pain. He can barely keep his eyes open to sort of aim the swing. The other samurai that you're fighting, though, he's still in pretty decent condition. He is going to use the armor ignoring trait and try and keep you down. Man, this guy really hates you. Okay, 27. 32. That's a hit.
Oh, please just kill me. I looked at the screen just once.
28 damage.
To me?
You.
Ow.
This guy really hates you.
I got. Well, so I can use a total of 3 void points if I got void 3?
Yep. Yes,
Okay,
you've got
yeah,
one
so
left.
I will use that.
Okay.
Can I give him one of those
18
damage
damage.
reductions?
28
Uh,
damage down to 18.
The person in chat specify that it was for you?
Technically,
Th-
Mash said.
What about arms?
Use it for whoever. Natalie definitely said it was for me, but we had 2 others.
Okay, so one from Mash can be used. So 8 damage.
Oh, there's one for me. For me.
Go.
Let's go,
Jinkoi.
Jihan. Let's go.
Jinko, thank you.
Okay. You're all good. 8 damage.
8 damage.
Yep.
I'm still hurting, you know?
Still in a lot of pain.
I'm grazed currently.
Oof.
Ooh. 2 lions on Kuro. One of them is injured.
Getting a sword to the neck, he's only injured? Oh, wow, that's a good man. That man is standing strong.
Lions are tough. He's not even injured. 29. He's grazed.
Wow.
Yeah.
He's gonna take a spike for you, Kuro. 10.
Just going to finish cleaving his neck off then.
27, so that's 2 explodies.
Yeah, that hit me. Right? 27?
Yep. 40 with another exploding. 50 with another exploding.
Oh my god.
Oh my goodness.
54, so I'm confident that is a hit.
Wow.
And damage. Okay, 1 exploding. 17 with an exploding. 24.
Can I get a damage reduction? Can I borrow one of those damage reductions from you all?
Any more of those damage reductions?
19 with your armor reduction, but that's still quite a lot of damage.
Oh. 19 minus 5. That's to be 14. Does anybody got any more of those damage reduction?
The -5 had already taken off it, so it's 19 with the -5.
Yo, the
Hey,
pendulum
yo.
be swanging.
Wait a minute, hold on. Derek, can I borrow one of yours? You got 3.
I had 2. No, you're
You
right.
said
I did have 3. That's true.
You said Mashies was for anybody, didn't
Yeah.
you?
Oh,
Yeah.
Nick gave me one.
Jen, thank
Let's-
you.
The souls
Okay.
in this episode.
Okay. 9 damage then, Kuro.
God fucking bless.
Chat.
Wow.
You guys.
The other one still got to attack you.
I forgot there's another one.
Yeah.
16.
Okay, I'm going to borrow that other one for Natalie.
No, Natalie's was mine. You can have Mashes.
Mashes? Okay, I'm taking mashes.
22. What do I need to hit you? He's ignoring the 10 from your heavy armor. He's hit you just. Oh, Eddie. Okay, that's 18 with an exploding.
I'm using mashes. So
23. So 18 minus the 10. 8 damage.
Oh my god. Holy shit.
This is the first time I ever got so high in damage before.
Mm-hmm.
I got my insides nuked once. Like a microwave.
Yep. Like just like how I like my tea.
Yeah.
I'm injured. This is the first time I've ever been injured.
Okay.
This is the first time I ever went past Nick. I always
Kuro.
stay that healthy in fights.
Kuro, you are up.
I can't do anything. I have to keep my damage just damage. So yeah, the guy who Nick I just cleaved into. I'm gonna go ahead and finish him off just for a regular power swing. You know, I ain't do nothing special. I'm hurting. This is the first time I'm feeling the pain. I'm roaring out loud. So yeah, here's my strike.
Let's go.
I should have made a roll.
Oh
Should have
my
raised
goodness.
something. Oh, I'm taking the highest attack roll now. I beat it. 67.
Wow.
Nice.
Job.
Nice.
I would
Yeah,
like to thank chat.
That is a hit. On the injured one or the uninjured one?
The one neck I cleaved into.
Yeah. Yeah. -5, 18, 47. He's up, but he is now crippled.
Tall.
Urokami.
Press the attack. He's on his last leg, so I'm not going to do anything fancy either. Stay in full attack and use that. Try to finish him off.
Nope. Yeah, go for it. That is a hit.
And damage is going to be right here. Oh, that's low.
9. Okay. It is just enough to reduce him, to bring him up to his full wounds.
So, is he dead or is he just...
He is bleeding out on the ground.
Oh, that's fine. That's the informant guy. We're keeping him alive. Okay, great.
Okay.
We can
yeah.
kill the other three now.
I think that with the last dodge that I did, I'm like twirling around his back, and I just one big huge slice down from one side of his shoulders to the other, and knocking
He
him out.
sort of collapses face first onto the ground.
I raise
Okay.
my sword at the rest, and I say, "You're next."
Shiro.
All right. What do I have in front of me now? Lots happened.
A very injured lion samurai with 2 arrows sticking out of him and 1 fresh lion samurai.
Oh, the arrow guy's still there.
Yep. And
Alright.
Kuro currently has 2 lion samurai in front of him, and they're in a similar condition where one is completely fresh and the other one is badly injured.
I'm going to go for the one that we need to put out of his misery.
Plan of peace, make it quick. Ooh, that's a miss.
I missed.
Yeah, your katana bites into the heavy armor of the badly injured lion without doing any damage.
I still use
yeah.
my free action to guard Keisha.
Cool. Yeah. Kisho.
I am going to attempt. You can use skills during the combat, correct?
Yeah. That's your action though.
Kisho was gonna peek up from behind Shibashiro. I see you believe in this false empress, but I can assure you, if this does not cease, I will make sure you are brought to the Trader's Grove. You will not see your ancestors upon death. You will see no peace, only eternal misery.
Yeah.
Do they have any mental or social disadvantages?
Not really. The 3 samurai that are left are pretty much like
So then I won't use weakness, so the strength won't work.
generic clan samurai.
Come on, give me a roll. Ugh, that's not great.
Yeah. What are they rolling against that? If anything.
They're
Oh, couldn't hear you.
they're
Thank you, Mash. Oh, I'm black.
they're etiquette awareness has to beat my roll.
Couldn't hear you again. Your microphone keeps fizzling out, Chuck.
Can you hear me now?
Yep.
Okay. They're just etiquette awareness have to beat my roll.
Okay, awareness.
Black.
Um,
I saw you laugh, Will. It's okay.
Just caught me off guard, that's all.
yeah, 3. explodey. 26. Yeah, nah. They beat it by 5.
Okay.
Cool. Yeah, you can't really get a read on any of the 3 samurai who are remaining in the room.
Alright, then that's me.
Cool. They are up. Okay, wounded one on Shira. Oh man, well,
No.
this wounded one may actually hit you.
Wait, no.
37, that's 3 explodies.
You got a 37 and 3 explodes?
Yep, so
Oh
4,
my
8,
goodness.
9, 52. What does he need to hit you? So he needs 15 to hit you, plus the 20 from being crippled. Yeah, he's hit you even though he's crippled. Probably his dying swing. Damage wise, it's not great though. 12 minus your armor. 8. No, 7.
Oops, wrong direction. 7, you said?
Yeah.
Okay.
So like it puts. There's a surprising amount of skill in the sword swing, even though he's clearly bleeding to death on his feet. But you can feel that there isn't that much weight in the blow. It's still enough to hurt you, but not as bad as the blows from this other bastard who's going to attack you now have been. Oh, man.
Bring it.
I'm going to
Kill
stop
me.
using these dice. They're too nice. 29. 31. 38.
Where's the
Yeah.
unicorns?
Yep, that is a pip. Well, you guys followed tiny, minuscule markings to find your way here in the tunnels. They don't have the keen eyes of Bayushi.
They've got
They have a
shit on them to
dog.
sniff us out, though.
They have the dog. The dog could lead them. Okay, that's another hit on you though.
Hell yeah.
Fuck. 20,
Oh boy.
29, 31 damage.
Oh my god!
Oh!
Holy shit!
Will said, I'm gonna play the tank. Give me all the damage in the campaign.
Well, it's not my fault they get around armor. Okay.
Oh boy. How you looking, baby?
I mean,
unpleasant.
that's not good. I have more than the total number.
Oh.
I have 61 wounds.
Okay, so what did I say that was? 31. -5 from your heavy armor. So 26.
Yeah.
You've got no void points left.
No.
No.
Oh.
Anybody in chat spent anything to help you soak it?
What about the one Ricky spent? Was that just for me?
No, it just said no.
It just said no.
Just said no. Okay. Pain.
Ricky, who's the damage? Come on.
Come on, Ricky.
Somebody.
I know you're sitting on a stockpile. Don't be greedy now.
Ricky.
I just had twins.
Ricky.
Roddy, thank you. Oh, Roddy.
Okay.
Oh,
Roddy,
thank God.
okay.
Oh, another one.
Give it a shot.
Okay.
Oh,
So
Jesus. I thought we
Yeah.
were going to lose you there for a second.
Yeah.
Oh.
Okay, 8. Still 8 points of injury. Still 8 wounds.
Okay, 2 got dropped. Okay.
Yeah, with the -20, that's still 8 wounds to you. Well, you should
Alright.
still be standing, right?
Yeah, now I'm just injured.
Okay, yeah, it's all good.
Ooh.
Go, chat, go.
Right.
Okay. The two lions that are on Kuro,
All right, one of these bastards should have hit. That one's nearly dead.
they what do I need to hit Kuro? 30. Okay, so they're going to ignore your heavy armor. That's what they're into this. I need 20. First one needs 40 to hit you. That's not happening with that roll. And the second one needs 20 to hit you. And that's also not happening with that roll. 13, 19. Just short. So the first one swings at you, he's heavily wounded. His blows are quite sloppy and come nowhere near harming you. The second one narrowly misses you, Kuro.
Gotcha.
And now it's your turn.
All right, I'm finally going to use that one keep one I've been holding on for Chuck.
Thank
And now
God.
I got put into a situation where I have to use it.
Lose 5 honor? No, I'm just kidding.
Desperate times.
Yeah, desperate times call for desperate situations. I'm adding that for my katana. Here goes.
Oh.
That is a solid hit.
All right, and here's the damage. And this is for the wounded guy who's knocking on death's door.
He's dead. You very quickly end him.
All right, dripping, like I just bring it down, finished off the neck, boom, clean, looking like a good butcher. Looking at the other guy, just like, may I have another?
Kuro Kami. There are two uninjured lion in this room.
Which is the one that just stabbed Shiba?
You're not gonna come help your bro out? Damn,
he's uninjured. You can definitely go for him. The one that almost killed Shira.
Yeah, it probably looked to me like Shiba just took like a mortal wound, right?
Yeah. He's surprisingly not as badly hurt as it might have seemed, but yeah, it would have looked like a very bad blow.
So then, yeah, I think I would probably throw caution to the wind and go help out my bird bro, screaming in rage that I just thought he got ganked.
Oh.
Still in full attack. And 4 and 1, we are good. Oh, that's not great.
Yep, that's a mess. You're looking for 25 to hit.
I was too angry.
Yep, too angry. He hears you coming from behind him and just like moves at the last minute. Shira.
All right, so you guys know the like second in command samurai in the last samurai movies? The one in the red armor. He takes like 3 shots, and he's still going for like the rest of the battle almost.
Oh yeah,
that's me right now.
Yeah, you're feeling. You're rocking red armor as well.
Yep, it's to hide the blood.
That phoenix armor.
All right, let me roll for defense.
Yeah, are you going full defense?
Yeah, we're going full defense mode. I'll still take it.
So +6 to your armor, Tian. Okay, Kisho.
Kisho is going to wrap around and stand in front of Shibushiro and put himself.
No, I'm still guarding you.
Nah, he's going, and he's taking a shot at one.
Okay. So you guarding Shibushiro?
Yep.
No, I'm guarding you.
Okay. The lions, you're guarding, you're like back to back and moving around each other. Okay, so that's going to increase both your.
Yep.
Well, actually,
it's a positive
Shibashiro's
feedback
doing it as a free action, so he's adding +5, but you're using it as your full action, so you're adding +10 to him. So one of them is going to try and strike Shibashiro. He needs a 31. The injured one is going to go for it. 23. Nah, yeah, he misses. Between trying to get past Kuro and your own defenses, he can't land the blow on you, plus he's heavily injured. The other one's going to try and murder Kisho. Just like outright murder the shit out of him.
Yep.
Pretty boy Kisho.
Kisho needs to die. Where is Kisho's character sheet? Where is she, Kisho? Okay. Got plus 11. Okay. He is gonna go for the free raise on this for extra damage. He is not gonna hit.
Oh, thank God.
14. The one remaining one that is on Kuro, still in good health. Still gonna try and murder him. $25, that's 2 explodings. 36 to hit you, Kuro. And to damage. 2 explodies.
Oh no.
Oh, baby. Where's Ricky at? Ricky, can I borrow a small loan?
29 damage, Kuro.
30, what?
No, 29.
29, that's still bad.
Minus your heavy armor, 24.
Ricky.
Do you have any more
Ricky,
void points?
baby. No.
Oh
Nope.
my God.
What are you up to?
I'm at that will kill me.
Oh,
Ricky, baby.
oh no.
Huh?
How entertaining it would be if this group of
give it to Eddie.
if this group of lion separatists killed the heir to their clan.
Oh Jesus.
Oh,
Think of the
no.
drama, chat. Think of the drama.
Oh, and the GMs
Advocating for it even.
advocating for it. Oh
Yes.
no.
Bless.
Oh.
Bless, I got one. It's
Oh.
reduced at 19. Oh,
That
God.
is reduced to
Okay.
14. No, it was. How much damage? 29, 25. No, 24, sorry. I'm using the dice to do the maths. Minus 10, reduced to 14.
14. Let's
Yep.
see. That would be 23. I can't even count right now. I'm scared. That's 7. So 37. Oh, okay, I'm passed out. I'm knocked out.
Yeah,
That's
you're
good.
not. You're like on the threshold. Yep.
Just there. Oh. Oh, thank God.
Now, am I nice? Do I have the unicorn arrive at this point, or do I give you one extra turn of trying to end this yourself?
Nah. No.
Give us the turn.
No.
Give us the
Okay,
turn.
so Kuro, you're knocked out. So Kurokami, you're first up.
There you go, Ricky. You'll generate points faster.
Oh, thank you, Ricky. Thank you for the sub. Chuck, you're the dad, so I assume that's your
Ricky,
wallet.
whatever
Thank
you need me to, allow me to use my souls for you.
Okay, Kurokami.
Well, now I saw Kuro go down, but I do see that Shiba's still up.
Yep.
Are there attacks of opportunity if I turn and
Nope.
rush at the other guy? Nope. Okay, let's do that.
Okay, yes, you turn and turn your blade to the one that's just dropped Kuro.
I almost rolled Kaijutsu. That would have been bad.
That's a hit.
And oh, holy fuck!
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Kuro!
Oh no, that was an attack roll.
Oh, damn it!
Oh, it is, yeah.
I was about to say poggers.
Um,
Okay, damage roll.
Mm,
That's still okay. This guy hasn't been hurt yet, but that's a serious amount of damage to you then. 18. Okay, he's still fairly healthy. Yeah, he's not even nicked. But yeah, you turn down the strike card with your Nodachi to this samurai, leaving a gash across his side. Shiro,
I'm gonna re-roll my defense.
cool. Okay, I can't believe this guy's been sitting on 50 wounds for like 3 turns, but
Insane.
that's better.
17.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that means you +8 to your.
Let's see, and I'll just say to Keisha.
Ryan Kelson.
That's it. I'm still gonna guard him as my free action.
Okay,
Yep, Keisha shooting an arrow at this motherfucker.
cool.
I fought 3 people.
Shiro
we
is
lost
no
the
longer in
boy.
your way, so it's a bit of an easier shot.
Actually, to swap out arrows, is that an action?
No, because you'd be loading your bow anyway this turn, so whatever
Okay.
arrow that you're choosing
Going.
to load it with.
Let me grab the information on the armor piercing arrow.
Armor piercing,
There we go, 199.
Well, I know after this I am upping my earth roll so I can be here.
they do less damage, but they ignore the armor TM bonus provided by armor, so you would only have to be hitting a 15 instead of a 25.
I'm gonna do that.
But it's a 1k1 damage for the arrow.
Still gonna try it.
Cool. Yep. Armor piercing arrow. It's got a heavier head on it. Damage roll. No attack roll. No, no attack.
What would a raise do for anything for me here?
You could make a increased damage raise.
I'm gonna do an increased damage raise.
Yeah, so that is 20. You need to have. Yeah, that's a hit. So the damage now for your armor piercing arrow is 2. Keep 1. That's enough to finish the wounded guy.
Oh,
off.
thank God!
Finally.
Okay. These 2 lions, the one is now turning. The one that Kurokami just hit is turning to properly face him now and taking a swipe with his katana. I'm going to take the 3 raise for his damage.
Okay.
And it's his first turn attacking you this turn, so he gets an extra 1.
Got it.
1 keep 0, sorry, to the attack. So, oh, this guy hates people. 27 with 2 explodies.
Oh, Jesus.
31, so that's a definite hit.
Oh, yeah.
And I am rolling 7 for damage.
I'm definitely going to burn my last void point and apply that, the one that Natalie gave to me.
Yeah, you're going to need it. That's
So-
2 explodies.
Holy fuck.
3 explodies?
You gotta be shitting me.
38. 48. 51 damage.
Oh,
my
my
God.
God.
Jesus.
So 31
You
total.
angered him. He heard you calling his Empress a false Empress. He is
Rigged.
he's raging.
So I just took 31 damage total.
Are you using 2 of those?
Yeah.
Yep, so 31 plus you're wearing light armor. 28 damage.
28 plus 42. I'm down.
You're unconscious, bleeding out on the floor.
No, I'm not. I'm at 1.
You're at 1. Yeah, your advantage has saved you. So you're pretty much dropped to your knees though. You should be dead.
Yeah, I imagine he's stabbed like deep into my guts, thinking he
And
hit me
as
in the
you're
heart.
about to die, as you feel the blood sort of seeping out you and your body starting to go cold, you remember Lady Moshi, and it's enough to just about keep you alive. You can hear the howling of. It's probably a good point for Shinigami to arrive. Like Shinigami jumps between Shiro and Kisho and like goes for the throat of the one whose sword is through his master's stomach. Just as a group of unicorn samurai also come into the room. They'll, between you and the large group of unicorn samurai, you're able to fairly quickly end the 2 remaining lions that are in the room. This fight is dragged on. The fight is dragged on long enough that the bleeding out leader of this cell of lions is probably dead by this point.
No.
Damn.
And the unicorn are not in the mood for
Keeping anybody alive.
keeping people alive.
Yep.
Especially when lions are concerned.
Yep.
You're probably surprised that they haven't even just stuck a sword through Kuro's throat just to make sure.
Yep.
That was friendly. I shook hands with 2 of them.
But yeah, and amongst the group is Lord Shinjo. You recognize Batu, the unicorn magistrate, and Shinjo's retainers, the samurai that he was with when you first met him in the tea house, are all there. They will help help Kurokami walk out. He's still able to kind of walk, but they will help carry Kuro out.
Can I mumble while I get dragged away? Can I mumble in my sleep?
Yeah.
No, Akira. Don't pick up that stick. It has poison ivy on it.
Can I give a quick search around the room before we're ushered out?
Yeah.
That stick carries poison ivy. Grab that one. It may look weak and feeble, but if you tie a bunch of them together, you get it strong. Bacon.
Alright, 21.
21. If they were hiding anything in here, they've hid it fairly well. Yeah. Other than the weapons and stuff that they were armed with, there doesn't seem to be anything else in this room.
Kisho is quick. Somebody needs to guard this room. Nobody in or out.
The Shinjo will sort of look at 2 of his samurai. You heard the Emerald Magistrate. You will wait here, and you will kill anyone who comes through that door. 2 of them bow. Just take up positions at either side of the door, so that if anyone was to look in, they wouldn't notice them initially. Also, check who owns the house above. There's no way up into the house above from this cellar. Which means some of the samurai who are with Shinjo are going to have to
go all the way up. Yeah,
figure out. The remaining unicorn, they carry Kuro back. Kurokami, you're just about able to walk back with Shinigami's support. Shibashiru, you're in pretty rough space, but compared to your 2 companions,
I'm just injured, you know.
Yeah, you're not too bad. Kisho, you're okay. As you're going back to the tea house, Kisho, It's as if someone's waving a mirror, and the light keeps catching you in the eyes from a nearby rooftop.
Isho will break away.
Shiro, you're okay to make the rest of the way into the tea house on your own.
Oh yeah.
Give me some aid.
Probably
You-
not Kami.
Kisho, you move away from the group to the nearest alleyway to the roof that the light was reflecting on you from. You don't even hear the sound of a person landing on the ground right behind you. But as you turn, you can't not recognize the mask that you've come face to face with. When you were children within the Scorpion clan, you chose the mask that you would wear as an adult. And being one of 3 triplets, you and your siblings all picked at the same time. You come face to face with the Hanye mask of your sister. And that's where we're going to end the session.
Oh, you motherfucker.
Oh, boy.
Of course.
We're all dying in the background. Kisho's sister shows up. Next time
I am the first one to be knocked down.
on the heart of an
That's
empire.
crazy.
God damn. Fucking.
Oh my god, chat!
Shoo, chat. You are the real MVP of this session. Holy shit, we would have
Yeah.
fucking died without you.
Yeah,
Legitimately.
the chat kept you guys alive.
You
Damn, Skippy, they did.
Whew. Man, it wasn't even that we were rolling badly. Like, we weren't rolling great. We were rolling
No.
like mediocre.
And it was rolling god like
fire. Like,
These
you in the comments during the break, you did this!
so many tens.
you're not
Um,
allowed to use those dice.
we gotta buy him new ones.
the chrysanthemum symbol come up so many times.
Oh,
I need to see what that looks like because I keep imagining like a lion's mane made out of like leaves or something.
It's like a chrysanthemum is a fancy flower with lots and lots of petals, so it's like, yeah, kind of like that.
I think there's a
Oh.
reason Andy was expecting us to do the lion arc later on.
Lions are hardcore.
Yeah, Jesus
Not that
Christ.
unicorns aren't, but yeah.
Got me goddamn. All right. Well, that was fantastic, chat. You are fucking phenomenal as always. Thank you guys for joining us again. I'm going to go ahead and get us started with shout outs. Will, you want to tell people where you can be found, what stuff you're working on?
Yeah, sure. Real quick though, every time we play this, it just gets better. It's crazy. Thanks for everything with this show. It's nuts. But anyway, I am Will, or at the Burnt Coin on Twitter. I'm gonna share a tweet right now. That is my Patreon. So if you click that link there, it'll give you to this nice tweet where you can check that out. But yeah, it just launched yesterday. Really cool stuff on there. And then also I got Single Shot Saturday coming up this weekend. We're going to be doing Pathfinder 2E on this channel. And we got some real awesome people involved with that one, including Mash Ashley, who is in the chat.
Hell yeah, dude. That's going to be so lit. I can't wait. Unfortunately, I'm going to be moving at that time, but I will definitely be in chat. Will be... you'll be in the capable hands of Will for that. I know he knows how to do it, so it'll be great. But yeah, I will be in chat as much as I can. I'm super hyped for that. Thank you for running that, Will. You're the man.
Yeah, no problem. That's it for me. Oh, my commissions are open. I gotta say that.
Oh,
too.
yeah.
I have 2
Better.
slots and they're open.
Yeah, you better say that. Fantastic. Awesome. Thank you, Will. Thank you, Cassie, for the raid, by the way. Much appreciated. Right here at the end. We are going to be paying that forward, so everybody stick around. Chuck, what can we find you doing? Where can we find you?
You can find me at Chuck Does Things, and you can usually find me procrastinating on anything I'm actually supposed to be doing. One of those things right now is Dice Breakers with Andy. It's going to be amazing. Chuck Does Chat will be popping up pretty soon with Andy, who will actually be my first guest on that.
Woo! Let's
It's going to
go.
be amazing. trying to go through the Bushi boys first and foremost, but they asked to really talk to the community, lighthearted chat. I know
Hell
everybody's
yeah.
about their life is.
When's that going to be on? Like, what day of the week?
That's going to be on to be determined. I'm going to record it next record our session this week, but I'm not sure the day of the week it'll be popping up on yet.
Sweet.
Gotcha.
And obviously, everybody here is lovely and amazing, and several have commissions, so if you need something, you should get something from them.
Hell yeah, dude. Absolutely. Couldn't agree more. 100%.
Some other stuff coming up. Not sure I can talk about it yet, though, so we'll just tease like that. But yeah, that's all I got.
Awesome, dude. Yeah, huge agree. Support the homies, dude. Everybody here makes phenomenal stuff. Eddie does streams, so be watching him. Obviously, we just said Will does the fucking firest of incarnate maps, and then Andy is just like unparalleled in all artistic endeavors, dude. He can do it all.
Trades.
Yes.
Jack of all trades.
But visual art unparalleled for certain. Well,
You jump in Eddie's streams, you can hear him singing.
oh shit.
Stop. That was only once.
Oh, no, I've got Kuro. I've got Eddie singing on stream before.
Okay, maybe 3 times. I don't do it that often. I be thinking I'm muted, and then I'll start humming while I do my preparation, and you guys just, hey, yeah, we can hear you, and I don't be noticing because it's like la la la, doing work, la la la,
so
passing time.
So fun.
Hell yeah. Where can we find you, Eddie? What are you up to?
For the rest of February, I am going AFK. I have a very important work to do out at Fort Huachuca. That's a weird ass fucking name. Fort Huachuca, Arizona. So I will be missing for an entire week. Because I will be at a secure facility. When I come back home, I will be having yard work being done on my house because apparently my internet company fucked up because they tied both my neighbors and mine to the same internet cable.
Oh,
So
no.
it's a split bandwidth. And so I've been paying way more
Oh, no.
for internet than what I have to. So they're fixing that. So for the whole month of February, I will be AFK.
Damn, bro. We're gonna miss you, dude.
Oh no, it's not that bad. I'll still have internet and stuff. It's just I won't be streaming or anything like that at the moment. Because when I realized that, I'm not getting power.
Yeah.
I noticed it when I was
That's
trying to play a video game the other day. It made me mad.
I can understand. I'd be frustrated as well. But all right, man. Anything else that you want to shout out? Anything you're working on?
I would like to shout out all my buddies here.
Oh,
I watched Derek play a video game the other day, and I fell asleep watching it because it was really late. I think it was D&D. I wasn't able to catch all of it. I came in, it was on the starting screen. I said, "Hi, I'm here," and then I was waiting, and then
I'm sorry, dude.
no, it's fine. My work schedule has not been nice for the past few weeks. It is A-okay.
Damn, bro. I'm sorry. I hope things get better.
I watched
for
the
you.
recording though. I watched the
Oh.
recording.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
So it's no issue. I wanted to know what it was. And so while I was at work, I think it was Thursday, I had just pulled it up. I was like,
we do a lot.
I had some very questionable things. Very questionable, but I'll let you check that out because I was like, oh wait,
Was it RimWorld or D&D?
it was D&D.
Oh yeah, definitely. Well, I guess it
I was
questionable
like-
things and everything. What I do.
I was like, you guys are fun.
Pirates and Curse of Strahd. Well, thank you, dude. Much love. Thank you for that. Andy, what about you, homie? Where can we find you?
Lost Haven Art on Twitter, Instagram, Lost Haven Games on YouTube, and Haven RPG on Twitch.
Hell yeah.
Trying to think. Me and Chuck have been trying to arrange something. Derek, you've been involved in it, as has Dragon Crown and Scald, to help out someone who's been a big help in the Discord and with the stream, particularly L5R. I'm just going to flat out say that we're working on something to help Kira out at the minute. we've got some ideas for that. He's been having a lot of issues with his computer and stuff, and yeah, we're gonna try and arrange something to try and help him out to sort all of that. But we'll be releasing more information. We're hoping to announce it at the end of this stream, but there's a few things that we need to kind of figure out, and it might be during the week or it might be wait until next Sunday. But
yeah,
we'll try and get this sorted as soon as possible. Just had the full cycle of Trial by Fire, so we had the actual play a few weeks ago. We did the review on Wednesday. It went really well. Chuck was in the chat. He was asking tons of questions that made it a lot more interesting, a lot more fun. Some other people were in the chat as well. It's up on YouTube if you want to catch our review of The Witcher tabletop role-playing game. It's a lot of fun. Punk Drum was one of the players in there. He took part in the review.
And the review, like the round table discussion they had for their review is amazing. So like if you're something, I definitely check it out.
Yep.
I gotta get caught up.
It's a little over an hour long, and I think maybe the last 10 minutes is us trying to say bye. Wednesday, 7:30 my time, so like 2:30 Eastern time.
Okay, I'll mark it down. I'll stop by. I promise I won't be. I can't promise I'll be active because that's my work time.
But yeah, we alternate between that and Fractured Crystals, which is still going on. We've still got a few sessions left of our current arc of that. Where Masashi and both Punk Drum both playing that campaign. It's Final Fantasy inspired. It's a little lighter than L5R in terms of drama and stuff. It's a lot of fun though. Currently getting a promo worked out for that. There's been a few delays in it, but me and Paul are going to sort some stuff out for it. Out with that, my commissions are currently full. I do have a wait list. I actually have one person on the wait list, which is great. It's always good. But yeah, even if it says I'm full, if you want something, you're okay to wait a while, you can always DM me and I'll make sure that I slide you in before I properly reopen my commission slots again. So yeah, I'm prioritizing people who are willing to wait if I'm already full. Other than that, other than Dice Breakers, which Chuck's already mentioned, I need to get back to drawing some of the other pages or comic strips or that. I am working on my first Caltrop core game.
Woo!
Which, keeping in line with L5R, it is also very Japanese inspired. It is called Irizumi, which is the Japanese term for tattooing. It is a Yakuza RPG.
Hell yeah.
And there's a few interesting progression mechanics and other mechanics that I figured out to attach to Caltrop core. To play that, and just kind of sorted out some of the mechanical ideas last night, so I just need to kind of put it into a real structure now, and I'm looking forward to giving it a few test runs before I release it into the wild.
So I know it's not like Yakuza the game, but my first thought was somebody picking up a toilet and just slamming it against somebody.
The Yakuza games are part of the inspiration. Like, I'm a big fan.
Also, there will be somebody just randomly picking up
maybe.
This.
I'm a huge fan. I'm a huge fan of gangster movies. I've spent a lot of time the last few weeks watching a lot of Korean and Japanese crime dramas on Netflix. And yeah, I love tattoos. So like combining all the things, just kind of feel it could be fun. Character progression has everything to do with the tattoos that your character has. It's going to be campaign based. You can run a campaign with it, but it's going to be a fairly short campaign to fit with the simplified sort of Caltrop sort of rules. But yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I'll probably reveal more about it. You'll probably see some art for it pop up on my Twitter feed and on Instagram as I work on it. But yeah.
Hell yeah, dude. Can't wait. Everything you make is awesome, dude. Fuck, that's gonna be awesome. Well, thank you guys. That is going to wrap us up for another weekend here. Much appreciated as always. Thank you. Let me make sure that I actually get everybody here. First off, Chuck just left, but thank you so much, Chuck, for the gift subs for the biddies. So much appreciated, like always, dude. You're the homie. We love you, Chuck. We love Chuck. We stand Chuck here. Mash, thank you for the raid as always, too, dude. You are so consistent. We love it. Thank you so much. We are so appreciative of it. Kev, thank you for the raid, dude. You are a champion. Thank you so much. We are so excited to see more of your streams, too, by the way. I've been hanging out. Kamigawa is going to be lit. It's going to be an awesome expansion to Magic. Mash, thank you for the biddies. Chuck, thank you for the biddies. Bearded Giant, thank you for the biddies. Let me make sure. Arctic Knight, thank you for the follow right here at the end. And then one more very, very special shout out to everybody in chat. Oh, Cassie for the raid too, right here at the end. Cassie, thank you for the raid as well. Much appreciated. One more final shout out to everybody in chat. Thank you so much, guys. You literally kept us alive this session. This was amazing. Nailbiter all the way through. When I get nervous, I start picking at my fingernails, and I do that a lot when I'm nervous at tabletop games, so, like, there's, like, no fingernail left for me to pick at. So, that should tell you how the session went. We are going to be, yeah, we're going to be doing Curse of Strahd Rise of Alma Tuesday at 12:30 a.m. Central Standard Time. And then Homebrew Homies, we had the very first premiere episode of that last night. We are going to be doing that Wednesday at 12:30 a.m. Central Standard Time. Can't wait to make more stuff and do a whole bunch of cool shit with a whole bunch of really cool people. So, then obviously regular RimWorld streams. I'm Medic Mori will be going on as usual Friday. I will not be there for it because that is the day that we are starting the moving process. But CC will be streaming that, so it will go on. However, I don't think we're going to be doing AS next Saturday. I'll talk to Red, but there would be 2 of us gone, so I don't think we're going to be doing that. And then L5R, I don't think I'll be able to do that because I'll still be getting everything set up. So if Andy wants to stream that, that's totally up to him. But
for him, I think we talked about I was going to maybe run a one-shot of Kids on Bikes. Make it part of Trial by Fire because I don't know any other way I'm going to get some of you guys into Trial by Fire because of the time zone thing. But the downside of that is it means we might have to take an hour or something before an L5R stream at some point so we can do the review section. But we can figure that out.
That would be totally fine. I wouldn't have a problem with that.
Yeah, but yeah, Kids on Bikes I think is what we agreed that we were going to run in place of L5R next week, which is fun because I've never run it before. Yeah, you play as kids in the 80s, kind of Stranger Things like, or like E.T. or whatever. Sounds like a lot of fun. I've never played it, so it'll be a brand new experience for me. I've got a quick start guide for it, so yeah, we're going to give that a go.
Fantastic. That's going to be awesome. Everybody make sure you tune in for that. I might be able to actually like take part in chat for that if everything's
that'll be on my channel instead of here, but yeah, it'll be pretty fun. Sweet. We might be looking for players for it as well, so if anybody's interested, just let me know.
Awesome. Yeah, y'all hit him up. Hit up your boy. Tonight, guys, I am going to be on Lunar. Let me make sure I'm getting her name right because I do not want to be an asshole. Gamer Mom Luna. I'm going to be on her channel. I'm gonna go ahead and just post that in chat for you guys so that you know where to find me a little bit later on. We are going to be doing a show that she does. It is kind of like a panel show where she has on different people from the community to talk about like stories and stuff like that from their experience in tabletop. We are also going to be raiding into Vancouver by Night. We usually raid into them on Sundays, so we're going to continue on the tradition of sharing the love. But you can find me here pretty much every single day. Andy and I made a book. You can find that on his Ko-Fi.
Yeah,
and also we got a lot of stuff. Yeah, and on Drive-Thru. Yeah.
Why did I just find out about this now?
We talked about it a lot.
I know what you're talking about. I didn't know you already posted it.
So there's obviously ups and downsides to that. Like on Ko-Fi, it's cheaper, which is good to know. And all of the profits come to me and Derek. I still need to split that between me and Derek. we've already sold a few copies. I need to figure that out. On drive-through, it's a little bit pricier because drive-through take a percentage, but it would be nice to get a few purchases on there so you can leave reviews and people who aren't in the community might find it a little bit easier, which would be great. But yeah, no pressure on anyone to pick up.
Let me know.
Would be nice.
Yeah.
Let me know after I come back from my after my work vacation, not my work vacation, but my work trip, and I can probably pick one up with my bonus money.
Oh, that'd be sweet, dude. You're too kind, man. Well, that is it for us, though. Thank you again, you guys. We love y'all. The audience is one of the things that that really helps make the environment so fun. Obviously, the show is just a fucking banger. Andy is top of his fucking game with all of this, like, every week. But the audience, Mash said this is our game too earlier, and that just made my fucking heart warm. So
yeah,
that's
really nice. I missed that actually because obviously I wasn't in the chat for mostly. I've came in now towards the end, but
where's Ricky at? I would like to think Ricky. He saved my life.
that's really nice to kind of hear. And yeah, it's your game as well. But sometimes you're going to have to face the music and one of your beautiful players here's characters might die, but...
Not yet. Not yet.
Not yet.
Ricky. Not yet.
This is the first act part, right? This is the first act where we're hinting at it really hard so that when it happens, you're like, look, I fucking warned you.
Yeah.
Content warning.
The first two story arcs, the first story arc in particular, Kid Gloves were on, eased them off a little bit in the second arc. Not in terms of emotions, obviously the second arc was emotional as fuck, but in terms of lethality, now we're kind of feeling how lethal L5R can actually be, and...
Oh, I thought that was because we was fucking around with people who we wasn't supposed to.
Yeah, you're fucking around with lions, you're not supposed to be fucking around with lions, but...
So yes, we are. Got it.
Damn. Well, I love you guys. I love the show. I love hanging out with y'all all the time, and I can't wait to do it some more. So we will see you guys next on this channel. We will see you at Tuesday at 12:30 a.m. Central Standard Time. However, I will be on Gamer Mom Luna's show tonight at a little bit later. I have to be ready for it in about 30-ish minutes, 24-ish minutes or so. But I will be on it when it goes live, and I will be posting in the Discord. So, much love to everybody. Any final shout-outs before we go to end?
More thanks to Ricky.
All right. Well, love you guys, and we will see y'all next week. Bye.
Bye.
Bye.